want to breed.
Tempting, but no.
Wow, what a lovely voice you have there, writer. Welcome everyone to this episode of the Cheap Seat Critics podcast and season 7. Today we're covering the little niche fun film Willow from 1988. Today joining me as always we have
Hello, everyone. I'm a geeky writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
I'm a character called Sinister Boy.
and I'm Sprinks. Oh boy, what to start with in this episode? Let's start off with history, actually. Writer, what's your history with this film?
Well, so my introduction to this film was I watched it a lot when I was a kid. But the reason I was introduced to it is because my mom got sick of me running around with a wooden sword in the house and only blasting Lord of the Rings in the loudest volume possible. So she introduced this to me as, this is like Lord of the Rings, and I'm like Lord of the Rings, sure. But as a kid, I actually quite liked it, and it got what my mom wanted. I watched Lord of the Rings less, not the once a week that I used to. Um, so that was a win for her. But that being said, my history with the movie is that I have tons of it. I used to watch this movie quite a lot when I was younger. Um, Maybe once every 2 months, up until my my young teenage years started to arrive, and then it slowed, and then I went through my whole. I'm a writer now. I'm an artiste, and I grew up. Um, and it's been a very, very long time since I sat down to watch this movie, and I never really went through it with an objective lens, shall we say. Um, so I was a bit nervous, as I am whenever I return to some childhood things that I really, really loved growing up, to kind of, go through with a more critical lens. And I was surprised with what I walked away with from this film. It holds up better than I thought it would.
Oh, good. Good. Up next, let's go with Sinister.
Yeah, so I remember, I think it was my dad. I talking about something, and maybe it was just like Ron Howard movies or something or other. And then oh, have you ever seen Willow? And I was like, no, I don't even know what that is. And then, oh, it's like kind of like like a Lord of the Rings movie before Lord of the Rings, or at the very least like the Hobbit movie before the Hobbit, or something. Like obviously there's versions of Lord of the Rings animated in shorts or whatever, but for Willow. But I was like, oh, and he's like, yeah, and it's got like Val Kilmer in it and da 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 and Warwick Davis. And oh, that sounds really interesting. So I probably like a while after that I watched it and I was like, oh, that's pretty good. And then bonded over it with Sprinks because we both had seen it, and I've probably seen it a handful of times, and it similar to Ryder, when it came up that we were going to be watching this, I was like, oh man, I really hope it doesn't. I didn't just have like a nostalgia veil, or like a subjective veil over my eyes the entire time when I was watching it. And it's not going to age very well or something. And I mean, probably not the greatest movie ever made, and it's definitely not Ron Howard's best, but I think it holds up pretty well so far.
Gotcha. Crimson.
Whoa. So very limited history with this. I didn't know what it was until at some point in time Sprinks lived with me, and we went to a Goodwill and stumbled across a copy of Willow. And Sprinks brought up how surprised he was that I'd never seen it nor heard of it at that point. And it's been sprinkled, like brought up in conversation from there on out. I knew it was about shoot, what was the actor's name again?
Warwick Davis.
I knew it was him and a baby, and it was fantasy. That was pretty much my base knowledge. I thought the baby's name was Willow, so I was expecting that going into it, and was confused right off the bat when they started calling him Willow. um, and that's pretty much it. This was the first time I saw it.
All right. I guess I'll go last then. Boy, my history with Willow. I've seen Willow count a good up to 20 times by now. It's a film. So when I was younger, my mom thought Lord of the Rings was too violent for me, and I couldn't see that until I reached, double digits. So when it was like nap time for me as a kid, I would sneak behind the couch to watch Lord of the Rings while she was watching it, and then she'd get mad at me. And it happened too many accounts that she let me watch Willow because it's the watered down version. And I think being rewatching it now, there's some things in here that are still pretty scary for a kid to look at, but it's in the way of stop motion Nightmare Before Christmas or Beetlejuice of Tim Burton-esque way. But yeah, that until I was old enough to watch Lord of the Rings, I was watching Willow, and that's kind of my history on it. And then I'm surprised when other people I know have never heard of it before. All right. Next, we'll go with.
Sorry,
What?
it's just to say it's kind of funny that like three of us have direct Lord of the Rings connections because of this movie, or as a part of this. So
True. I mean, by the time, oh god, I forget when the first one came out, but Hobbit, the Hobbit trilogy, is also a watered down version of Lord of the Rings. It's not as intense as those three films, but those went out, as the time of when I was young.
Yeah.
Because I saw all three of those in theaters, way in my teens. So anyway, let's go with the the business side first until we get into the facts here. So first off, thank you for listening to this episode of the podcast. Really appreciate it. You can give us a follow over on our social media platforms we have. We are at Cheap Seat Critics on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and Cheap Seat Critics Podcast over on Facebook. We're also at youtube.com/@CheapSeatCritics if you want to see our PNG tubers and movie/show, whatever we're covering, slideshow that we have. We also have a letterbox if you're interested in more of the averaged out math and graphs of the pod as well. So let us begin. Well, I mean, we already began, but let us go into the facts I have here. So Willow release date for the US was May 20th, 1988. Has a runtime of 2 hours and 6 minutes. Its budget was $35 million USD with a box office $137.6 million, and it made, I didn't get the numbers, but it made more for VHS and copies that way of merchandising rather than the box office itself. So it wasn't necessarily a complete flop for them. Rating is PG. Its genre is fantasy adventure. It is directed by Ron Howard, who also has done films of How the Grinch Stole Christmas, The Da Vinci Code, and Apollo 13, to name a few. And the composer, in case you recognized any of the little bits while listening to the film, is by James Horner, who has done films such as Titanic, the two Avatar films, and The Amazing Spider-Man. So now we go into the fun facts section. And I have 9 listed here, and there's a possibility writer might have an extra one if I don't cover it. So we'll find out if I have.
Pseudo fact. I don't know if it's real.
First one we have. Oh yes, fun fact. All the things I'm stating found online. Take it with a grain of salt. Who knows how much is true, how much is false. First one. Warwick Davis was only 17 years old during the shooting.
That was going to be a question I asked in this. Was how old was he supposed to be? Because they kept calling him Dad. I'm like, is he like 20 here? How old is he? He doesn't look like he could be a dad yet.
I would guess
I'm glad that answered that.
Mid-20s, I would guess, is the character age.
Well, we don't know. Like they're like mystical creatures. Well,
I mean,
like mystical entities. Yeah.
We don't know their aging, but Warwick Davis was 17, which is a bit bit crazy for me. George Lucas specifically wrote this film for Warwick Davis after meeting him on the set of Star Wars Episode Return of the Jedi in 1983. Which means Warwick Davis was 12 in Return of the Jedi?
Who was in Return of the Jedi?
He was Wicket, I believe, right?
1983, yeah.
The main Ewok that Leia interacts with.
Yeah. Now,
next fact we have the devil dogs were actually Rottweilers in rubber masks and suits.
Shoot, those weren't real devil dogs?
No, unfortunately, they were not.
They're
They didn't have the budget for that at that time. Next, as Val Kilmer was getting out of his crow cage between takes, the chain snapped and the cage came down on his foot. This resulted a limp in. His resulting limp is evident during the scene in which Mad Mardigan and Willow arrive opposite Finn Razel's island.
I didn't notice it.
They do a good job of not like avoiding it, but yeah, it is there if you look for it.
Next, we have this was the first feature film to use the morphing process developed by Industrial Light and Magic.
First.
ILM?
Yep. It was the first feature film to use it. Next, we have the 6-month-old twins playing Elora Danan were too young to have a full head of hair. They wear a wig, which was applied using syrup, as normal wig adhesive would be too harsh for the baby's skin.
Yeah, you could tell it wasn't real hair.
Oh, okay.
It's true.
According to the press kits and Anyway, according to the press kits and novels, the two-headed dragon was named Eberisk, a reference to the movie critics Gene Siskel and Roger Ebert. The word does not occur in the film, but it is made into some reviews.
Interesting.
I had no idea that was classified as a dragon.
They say dragon.
I think one of them says kill the dragon, or Skeletor, Captain Skeletor, or General Skeletor, yeah.
Kill the dragon!
I thought he said beast.
I did write down beast in my notes, so maybe.
It's the weirdest looking dragon I've seen.
It is true, yeah. I mean, these are the weirdest looking trolls I've seen as well. It's definitely an interesting fantasy universe.
That's true. 2 more facts I got is the Chinese government refused George Lucas the chance for a brief location shoot, so he sent a group of photographers to South China to photograph specific scenery, which was then used for background blue screen footage.
Sneaky.
Yep, I think I can pick out a couple of those scenes.
Probably some of those mountainous shots.
Yeah, I would guess.
And the last one I have here is kind of tailored for writer, but the Blackroot scene was referenced in Star Wars The Clone Wars episode Monster in 2011, which in a scene Mother Talzin gives Count Dooku a drink called Blackroot. The animated series is a spin-off of the Star Wars movies created by George Lucas.
Oh.
If you weren't aware.
Wow. No, I didn't. I mean, I knew that I watched the episode, yeah, but I didn't make the connection. It's a very, very deep cut. Wow.
And those are the facts I have.
And the one supposed fact I had is George Lucas, or one of the writers or one of the main creators of this film, wanted to get the rights to create Lord of the Rings movies, and they were denied the rights to make that, so they ended up hopping on board with this project.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. I remember reading that it was George Lucas, but I don't know if that's true or not. Him wanting to make Lord of the Rings movies and being denied that, so he made Willow instead. One of the other motivators for it, because I think he wanted to make Warwick Davis a Hobbit, like in Lord of the Rings originally, and so that's what. When he didn't get the rights to do that, he made this instead.
Sounds possible.
It is possible.
I'm looking into just the production of it on Wikipedia or whatever, and I don't see any reference to The Hobbit or Lord of the Rings, but it doesn't surprise me if that was true.
Mind you, this is a fact that I read while I was in middle school, and it is many years ago, so I could be misremembering. It is a long while ago.
Middle school facts are quite notable.
Yeah.
And then lastly, I guess before we start into the film, we are doing the 5-act structure this time. And let me pull up the chances for that. So it's going from the beginning of the film to when they get to the crossroads, and then from there to the tavern, and then the tavern to the snow village to the end of the Tyrosline battle, and then the end of the Tyrosline battle to the credits. So, mates, from the beginning to the crossroads, who would like to pinpoint something that stood out to them first?
I'll go. So this will be at the beginning. Shocker by me. When the baby was getting smuggled out,
The baby.
the baby, in the little basket thing, and it wasn't crying. Very lucky. It's very lucky.
yeah,
And you could
blanket
say it's
full bit.
because the baby's smart, kind of has some intelligence to it. But later in the film, we also see the baby cry as a detriment when they're in the basement. So I don't think that argument would follow here, unless you guys think otherwise.
the only so the only thing that is in favor of the baby being smart enough to not cry is that when they're visiting the fairies, Chandrila specifically states that the child has a will and is conscious enough to choose Willow as her, not necessarily guardian protector, but her escort, I suppose.
No, I think she says guardian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
I
it's one of those things where like I wrote it down as convenience as well for the opening scene. But they do something to kind of counteract it later on in the film in the sense of hinting at that the baby has uh there's clearly something
Some
special about
awareness.
it has an awareness and it's clearly something special about it. They do something to that effect, which does help a little bit.
I mean, the baby named itself.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a spirit. It's a spirit baby.
Um, I when you say the basement scene later on, is it the
The snow village.
At
the
the
snow
snow
village?
village,
Okay.
the baby cries, and the crow, the witch, whatever, she starts crowing to cover up the baby's crying.
Yes.
So I feel like that's evidence enough that the baby's not
I mean,
super intelligent
I mean, it's still a
to
baby.
stop crying.
Yeah. It has an awareness, but I don't know the degree that I would call it intelligence enough, because I chop this down to luck and plot armor more than just I guess the baby being intelligent. I suppose there is, like I said, they do some work on that, but it's not enough, I think, to warrant it specifically to be, as you say.
And it's also looking on the guards were watching as they were talking in the prison
This is
cell.
true. I got something, so I'll go next. I do like the use of I always appreciate the opening text crawl, for movies, and I think that this one does a fairly decent job, of doing some quick world building for us and first time viewers who've never seen the movie before. They explicitly describe Bav Morda as evil, so we are left with no, like, we don't have to work that out for ourselves as an audience. We just get to watch her be evil for the most part. There's no nuance. It's just she's evil, and some fairy tales are better told that way. So, it was it introduces us to the idea of magic. And that Queen Bav Morda is both evil and powerful, and it gives us context for the time of dread the world is in. And this will lead into a few of my later praises about the world's world building.
And it also brings up the child being the one to defeat Bav Morda, right?
Yes, to a degree.
Yes, the beginning text crawl is the birth of a child who would bring about the downfall of the powerful Queen Bav Morda.
Yes. Whether
Said
that
by
is-
the seers.
Yes. Whether that is
See,
directly or
it's
indirectly,
here.
the movie we shall find out.
going to go with not directly.
Something that crossed my mind rereading this was how, like, what it's. I'm assuming it's at the very beginning of like talking about the seers saw a vision or know of this, and then told Queen Bav Morda about it, because beforehand, I'm guessing it was never a thing. Like, once she's queen, she's not looking for the babies the entire time until this is occurred.
Yes.
Until
We'd have to think that way, or else it wouldn't really fit.
Yes, I believe that's correct. We know that she's
Okay.
searching people and that she's just imprisoning pregnant women, which I suppose is better than the alternative of her just going out and killing them. So,
That's what I thought they were doing in the beginning of this. I'm like, oh wow, they're going full Roman here.
yeah, no, they show all the
They
women
have
in the
to-
cages and stuff like that. So
because they have to do a ritual for
Yeah.
the baby. They can't just kill
Yeah, to banish the soul to the underworld.
yeah,
Or,
and I'm,
I
and
forgot
I'm
if it
ass-
was underworld or something else. But
Once they
something.
do find out which one Elora comes from, the lady, they kill her.
Well, yeah.
yeah, they
Yeah.
kill her because she gets
Only
away.
her.
Well,
No,
the
they
original
kill
mom.
the maid.
yeah.
The original mom's still in the cell. They kill.
Yes,
Yeah.
because she gets the child away. At least that's what I presumed is what happened.
She didn't turn the child in. Okay, that makes sense.
She was also
Um,
bad mouthing.
Yeah, she was
She's
also
not a-
bad mouthing, and
Yeah, she's not a queen, is she? Since Elora's a princess.
Oh,
Um,
I think they just princess in spirit, not an actual like.
not an actual practice. It's like
yeah.
I took it as a sword in the stone kind of prophecy. She will grow into being a princess.
Yeah.
She is fated to
Oh.
be.
Okay, makes more sense.
Yeah. I also one of the things I was extremely worried about returning to this movie is actually Sorce's character, and we do get an introduction to her in this scene a little bit. I do want to point out that Bav Morda isn't exactly kind to her, and she does shove her out of the cell to make her go back to work. Which is something more than the nothing that I thought was going to be there. So,
yeah, and Bav Morda wasn't very smart here with her seer either, because she wholeheartedly trusts her seer in the context of this prophecy. But once he foresees her daughter betraying her, she's like, I believe her more than you. And I found that odd, especially since it came into fruition.
I think that's at least my interpretation of that was
There you go.
she trusts the seers when it comes explicitly to like prophecy, but I do think Bav Morda somewhat cares about her daughter, but not enough to like show her compassion. So like
I
for
think
her,
she has more faith in her own blood than
Yeah.
random old dudes.
yeah, that's kind of what I think it is. It's just that inherent loyalty that you would expect that your family have in this kind of medieval fantasy sort of setting.
The loyalty that always gets backstabbed and everything.
Every story, yeah, usually, but it's still an expectation that most
Also,
have. So
Not that the characters exist in a world where that cliche is not apparent. So they
That's
would
true.
be like, you know what? The bad, evil stepmother always gets betrayed by one of her family. I think
Keep an eye on her.
I think I should keep an eye on her.
Yeah.
But no, I read it like more as she thinks that because she has both, a relationship or and an actual like political control over like the kingdom, that she has it over her daughter as well. So that obviously her daughter's probably seen all the stuff she can do, and why would she ever want to betray her if she knew how what the consequences could be? It's full-headed.
Yeah, I will definitely take I'll take an in-depth look at Sorsha as we go later as we get further on in the movie. But yeah, it's just something to note for now.
I guess just my thing with it is usually I mean, we see her seers are 100% accurate here, and I can't imagine that these are the only two things they have foretold.
Oh, you imagine
Is
like
this-
just like if they had 100% accuracy rate, that this one thing
We
just
see two
happens to be ignored.
prophecies or predictions, and they both work. They're both correct.
Yes, and
Presumably, they are used earlier in her reign.
yes, my
Um,
guess was to your point of like just because they have 100% accuracy rate, why would you doubt this specific thing about the daughter betraying you? Is what I'm guessing you're going for.
Yeah, and there is always the facet with these like seer type characters is you got to be on your guard as well because they always could be duplicitous.
That's what I mean. Like,
We see in like the Scorpion King,
yeah.
he's on guard with the empress, and it worked out for him because he was aware that she was lying to him at a certain point.
Yeah.
But even still, she didn't approach this as in "you're lying to me." She's approaching it as "I trust my daughter more."
Yeah.
So it doesn't add.
Well, yeah,
to me.
I don't. Well, again, though, that's the thing. Like, if I had, like, if I had seers or whatever, they were 100% right all the time, and I knew that at some point this thing was going to come that was going to destroy me, right? And they foretold this, that this was going to be, the thing.
Mhm.
I would, okay, but again, that's the other thing. They're close to her, so it could also, so anything that, like, okay, here's this one thing that's going to get you. But there could also be this other thing that's going to get you. Because obviously both of these parts, they're prophecies that are not necessarily, or we are shown to not necessarily be self-fulfilling, right? Because they just say, this baby will destroy you, not this baby, because they wouldn't say this baby is going to destroy you, because if they said there's no way you can get away from it, there's no point in having this. You just kill the seer, right? Because it would be like, okay, well, fuck you then. That's so. If you have like multiple stuff, and it's like your daughter, this baby, this guy, this Eldwin, and all that are gonna kill you, it's like, well, that's fucking crazy. On one hand, like that's too much information, and that's too much all at once. So some of this has to be incorrect or whatever. But on the other hand, it's like, if the seer is close to the queen, and the daughter is also close to the queen, the seer will be trying to implement themselves more, and like, you should not trust anybody other than me, because I will tell you all the truth. So I think she is right to not trust him completely, but I don't.
I would agree if they went that angle, but
Well, what
I
I'm
don't
saying,
think that's what they're going.
the other part is, though, we just have her saying, I trust her more than I trust you, and that's it. We don't have any more of the seer. We don't have any more of the daughter. So there's really no way you could view it. Like, everything would be just like,
It's one of those
not,
things. It's one of those things that would have been. I actually do think there's a lot of problems in that this movie could have fixed with an extra 15 minutes. Whether it should be quick lines of
Any movie.
dialogue to imply history and things like that, and you can stick them in for different characters and stuff like that. So yeah, I think I'm a little more on Crimson's side for this one. I don't know. We don't have enough either way. We only know that they're correct. They're proven correct with what we have to work with. So yeah. Sprinks, you've been kind of quiet over there.
Oh, I've just been listening to all your takes on the seers and everything.
Got an addition?
Really got into this.
Well, the series in the film, they've only shown two prophecy, two things of the baby Elora and then the daughter Sorsha betrayal. That's it. So as Crimson said, they could have definitely had things before, since they're present, that they've told to the queen. But being at the queen, they've only shown twice, and yes, that's 100% accurate because both occurred. Being that the queen does trust Sorsha more than them makes me think that ones they've done previous have been cryptic or not fully understood. Even though they could become true, it hasn't been like shown to the queen like everything they say is true, which is why she says her untrust later in the film towards them.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my thought on it. If they showed more of the seers, or more of the seers actually doing stuff, or prophesizing and seeing things more, I think yes, it would go on the Crimson side of the queen should have really thought about it and had an eye on her daughter more. But because of her response, I don't see it as drastic.
Well, do you have a popcorn?
Oh yeah, I'll go to how much time do you think from the what was it, the midwife taking Elora to when Elora is found by Willow's children? How much time do you think has passed between then?
I haven't the slightest.
My guess was a week, but we see at least 2 or 3 days have passed. My guess was at least a week though.
All right.
Which is why
Willow's got some magic baby hair.
Yeah.
That's why I feel like it's. I mean, it's probably a week, but the hair would make it closer to a year.
That's true.
Yeah,
but
it should be a week or at most, but yeah, that was
I was curious because we've shown
that's one of
shown search parties go out of like riders and Sorsha and the devil dogs before, but this instance it's just 2 wild devil dogs out.
Yeah.
There's no one around to like report back.
Like there's no I assume the devil dogs have handlers more or less, and then they would. That's why they're out there. And I can infer that she might have been dodging them for more than once, and they just happen to catch up to her when we see them catch up to her. Just by virtue of the fact that the queen pretty much gives orders to go after her immediately.
Something that I can say that helps is it's like the first or second shot of the midwife leaving the queen's castle. She's going off to the right, whereas later in the film when we see like General Kale come back with Elora, or when the army comes with Willow and Mad Mardigan, they all come kind of from the front left.
Yeah.
So it makes me think that they all went that direction when sent off to search, and not the direction the midwife went.
Yeah, like they followed the main road first.
Yeah.
That's believable. Like I said, there is something.
Kale, when retrieving the baby, coming from that direction though. Unless you're talking about earlier in the original search. You talking about that?
No, when Kale came back, I believe he was coming from the
main
looking
road.
out from the drawbridge of the main road, that leans to the left, curves to the left. When it shows the midwife leaving the castle, she's far off on the right side of it.
Yeah, this kind of gets in a little bit into kind of one of my main complaints with the world building, which I think is mostly well fleshed out. I do have no concept of the geography of this land whatsoever.
There's no map
time.
Yeah. Time is a little more understandable. Like you can guess, but geography is just non-existent. Like you can infer time passage a little bit, but you can't. I don't understand the geography of this fantasy world at all. And then this is me comparing it to Game of Thrones, where the intro is literally the map, or Lord of the Rings, where we pan through the map, at least the prologue, so we understand where everything is.
We haven't a clue how close Tir Asleen is to Queen Bav Morda's castle.
Yeah. It's a lot of things like that. Is just where I don't understand the geography of this fantasy land at all. But as we go on, I think that's one of the only major flaws in the world building. As we move along here. So
when we have Willow get the adventure to go to the crossroads to hand off the baby to what do they call them? It's not Nelwyn, that's what they were. Daikini. To hand them off to a Daikini. I was like, okay, this is going to be a big, long adventure to the crossroads. And it happened so quickly. I had no idea how long this took them to get there. It seemed like it was just around the river bend, but they built it up to be a big adventure, and it went so quick that it felt like it only took them a day. There was two camp moments, I think.
It's implied it's at least
a couple days, but
I would say
short.
It was a couple days to about 3 days is where I kind of fell on it about the timing of it all.
If anyone could remind me, during the town meeting when they're at the barn, did it ever state how long it would take to get to the crossroads?
No.
No.
No. Okay.
So it's
like
going
a
to be
few
an
days
adventure.
journey or something.
Yeah. I will also say
Weird.
that another thing that kind of came up, I guess, with this is that they don't leave their encampment very often. Like, they're very explicit. Like, they don't like going to the outside world at all because it's dangerous for them because they're all small. So I do think, like, for them it is a big undertaking. Like, to them it is a big adventure because they don't leave their village, like, ever. Like, that's the thing with them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
what?
the baby, the
baby.
actress of the baby has some amazing acting.
Surprisingly, yes.
She's got
Some
she's got
good
like
facial
really
features.
good. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's like probably
The range on this child, man, it's real.
I'm sure there's somebody who was on set, like,
Holding
doing
a
stuff
toy
to,
and
yeah,
something.
to elicit them, but she does it like really well. She's got good timing. She's got good faces she pulls. I was honestly surprised by that when I was rewatching. It's like I don't remember how good like the baby acting was, but it was actually pretty good.
Surprisingly good, yeah. I got another fact for while we're at the village or before we leave here.
Yeah.
I really like the hold on, I gotta find my notes for this. Okay, so the prefect it's not Birtle.
Burgle cut.
Burgle cut, thank you. The conversation where he wants Willow's land and says he'll end up working in the mines, and that whole scene is very short, but the dialogue is very, very quick characterization. Prefect is the only one selling seeds. He has a monopoly on. He either has a monopoly on selling seeds or he's squeezing out the competition. And then Willow, either in preparation for him specifically squeezing out the competition or making a quick splash on the market, as it was saving up his family seeds in order to just farm it all at once. And I thought this was very, very good because this does two things. It applies economy and social hierarchy within the Elwyn. And it is two things for a functional society in 15 seconds of dialogue, and I found it to be very efficient writing.
That is pretty well done.
Yeah.
Then there's Alwyn, who's just anything he says goes. The leader.
Yeah, I just wrote down as elder. Yeah.
Well, don't mess with him. He could turn you to stone.
Do anything.
Acorn.
Yep.
Speaking about magic, I'm curious, since Crimson, this was your first time going through, how did you feel about the magic system?
It didn't make it.
It's not the worst thing in the world, but I kind of had issue towards the end with Bav Morda, or Bav Morda, because a lot of the stuff she does kind of doesn't fit in with the other magics used in this. But we'll talk more about that stuff when we get closer to it. But here in the beginning with the stones and the magic tricks and turning the rock or whatever into a bird, it's all right. They don't need to explain it too much here, at least in this movie.
Yeah.
It's just some characters have a lot of potential for some crazy stuff.
Yep.
That we'll cover.
Something I'd like to praise a little on the film is I'm guessing it's just a George Lucas thing because, Star Wars has, star wipe during transitions all the time. And it does occur throughout Willow. But when Willow and his children go to the festival, it's a music transition that leads to the next. And it's just a cut. And I think that's a good variation that's in the film other than, just another star wipe.
The star wipes threw me off in this.
I'm used to it because it's George.
But it was
Lucas.
of the time.
Yeah.
So it's not a bash to the movie. It's just tonal thing for me personally. In terms of this festival, and it kind of goes through the whole movie. I think the set design and just prop making, everything you see that's physical, costume design, was all pretty good in this. There was only a couple things here and there that I caught that were problems, and I'll point them out when we get to those moments. But overall, it looks really good. I really liked how the dogs looked. They were smart with the cutting, so you can't tell it's too fake looking when they're attacking the villagers. There's like 2 shots where you can really tell the face is fake, but overall, it's really good. I like the movement of the tail when they're running. Looks good.
Practical
magic.
That's nice. Well, we've already covered that one.
Having seen this, I have no idea how they're going to capture the atmosphere of this movie in the show. I don't think they can
spoilers.
do it.
Spoilers. They fucking don't.
So it'll be interesting. I think in this, the music and the sound design really do a good job with the atmosphere in this. And a lot of the music in this, you just don't hear much today. So I don't know if they're going to implement similar music or if it's going to feel like modern music in this. Trying to emulate
it's not
it.
Modern.
Oh God, I hope not.
Something I really do like about the music, touching on that in the film, is they reuse the same score, like the theme, but it's composed differently at times depending on what mood it's trying to give off to the audience. Whether it's like the action adventure part, or if it's the slow kind of sad part, or the planning, it's the same theme in the background, but it's its durations change, some of the instruments are removed, and I think that's very neat.
Yep. I got a couple nitpicks here while we're at the village. They're small. The boar tears up a crib.
Funny joke.
Yeah, the hunting hellhound dog tears up a crib, which the best hunter immediately clues into the fact that the immediately deduction is like they're after somebody's child. It's a little quick. I'm fine with that.
I have the same issue.
I wrote that down as that guard is one of the best detectives shown in media compared to anything else we've seen.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
Like Sherlock Holmes level. Holy crap, dude! You fucking nailed it.
Well, it didn't just go on a rampage attacking anyone; it went straight for the crib. So I think that helps.
Like I said, it's not horrible. I wrote it down as a minor thing. It would have been something like if they showed.
I'd have to see 2 occurrences or something.
Yeah, it was just the one.
Deduce.
I would have preferred there to be a pattern. We see one going to a hut, and if it ran out like with a half torn crib and then went to the next one, that would have been more than enough for me, or for me to buy that the hunter immediately guesses this. So it's just a minor thing. But they're moving the story along here. The Elwyn are very quick to blame. Noted that down. I also wrote down that Willow admits to loving the child very quickly to the elder.
Yeah.
There are several interpretations for this, and subjectively, this is what I read into it, even though I know there's not much basis for this. I tend to subscribe to the fact that Willow loves life, and by extension, the child begrudgingly. Because he knows that at this point the child is at least somewhat important, even if he doesn't know all of it. However, objectively, there isn't much context from here to him suggesting to his kids that they push the child further down the river to
potentially kill this baby.
Kill this baby to this. We know that the child smiled up at him because he begrudgingly was told to hold the child, and that's pretty much all we have to go on. So it is a very quick leap. I know what Sorry. Go on.
Also aid. No. I think to also aid in that is the fact that Bertlecut was the one who spoke up to say just get rid of it, and Willow's relationship with Bertlecut is against and doesn't like him. And when the elder says the bones tell me nothing, and to go off of that to asking Willow, it's like if you care for the child, and that's why Willow paused, because if you care for the child, the child can be protected because Willow doesn't want it to die, and if not, then it'll go with Bristlecut's plan.
Yeah,
So I think that's what
I do
Willow's
think
decision on it was.
Yeah, I do think that Willow is a better person than he's trying to put out of a front for, which, the suggesting they push the child down the river thing is still kind of the real nick in this argument for him being a better person.
Yeah.
But I do agree that there is a point where I think because as we see throughout the movie, he is trying to just be a good person, which is something. But it just clashes with our introduction to him.
I mean, he could, like, I will agree. I don't think he loves the child.
Yeah.
Or, I even, like, I think in the way of, like, he loves life, and I don't think, but I do think he also realizes that after seeing, like,
how bloodthirsty everyone is.
how bloodthirsty the people are, and then, like, what, like, the beasts that are potentially coming after this thing, obviously those things are not good.
Mhm.
And that the baby is, can't protect itself, and so he kind of feels the need to rise, to kind of that's, again, we're not given that much into it.
Yeah.
But I don't think, and I know you said it was a small, thing. I don't think there's enough to just, like, make it, like, a complete, like, just destroys the story or anything like that.
Like, it's a nitpick. It's not.
Yeah,
they do give us
sure.
something. Again, the whole him smiling at the child after holding it.
Yeah.
Like there is something here. I think I just wanted a little bit more, so it's more solidified.
I think with, I mean, because I agree that you don't need to do too much to kind of make it a little bit better, but I think they were trying to get out of the village as quickly as possible, because they kind of realized that was you're kind of waiting for the action and stuff to kick off.
Mm-hmm.
But I agree that, like, it wouldn't have taken that much more, like maybe another 5 minutes or something to establish a little bit more. But judging by how the rest of this movie goes, I think they knew what they wanted to do with this, and they kind of didn't want to,
They didn't want to linger here. I know.
Yeah.
Like I said, I know I respect their efficiency. I'm just pointing out a nitpick of, like, what they kind of had to do to sacrifice for their efficiency a little bit. So
you are correct. I agree.
And then I also think this might partially be set up for the intuition talk we have with the wizard priest of the village, the elder.
Mm-hmm.
About that Willow needs to trust his intuition more, because he puts the decision ultimately in Willow's hands, and I do think this is kind of a bit of setup for that conversation as well. So there is some good that comes out of this scene a little bit too. So, and obviously I like the joke of the sly old elder manipulating Bristlecut's into bringing the best hunter along.
Well, he knows what he's doing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I was so amused. I smirked at that, and it was good. I like it. All right, I've talked enough, so I'll leave it to someone else.
A little Lord of the Rings reference I wrote in my notebook for this was when Willow is leaving with the group to deliver the baby to the crossroads. Kaya gives him a token of luck of her hair, and I wrote, where do I have this? I asked for a single strand of her hair. She gave me more than 3.
My boy Gimli. It's nice.
And then something else I found is attention to detail later on when Elora vomits on Bristlecut. There is puke on the cloth and on her chin when it cuts back to the child.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought it was disgusting.
Disgusting.
During the montage of them going to the crossroads, we get some nice music to go with the scenery and stuff.
I do love my fantasy. You can't have a good fantasy movie without your traveling shots with epic music in the background.
and they have a diegetic piece here where while they're at the campfire, someone's playing the flute, and it's the flute that's in the song, and it continues on to the next bit.
Yep.
It's a good connection.
And pass it up to you, Sinister. Well, I'm gonna throw this at you, Sinister, because if you have any comments to make, because you've been hopping off of us every now and again. So.
I don't know. Yeah, the early part of the movie, I don't really have I think it's pretty just being a hero's journey kind of stuff. I don't think, with the exception of I think some of the things that you pointed out, writer. I think it all works. It's all kind of bog standard.
It's very hero's journey. It even starts with water. It's just, it's the beginning.
Leave it to George Lucas to just use the formula. I don't think there was anything really. Oh, I guess this isn't really a story thing, but they use really really well. I will point out they use pretty much for the Nelwyn village. It's all dwarf actors, or I don't know. They might not be actors.
It looked mostly like that, not like kids or anything.
Yeah, that was one of the facts while looking for facts, I did find. I didn't write it down, unfortunately, because I didn't want to have 30 facts at the beginning. Apologies, audience, who did want that. One of them was in an interview with Warwick Davis. He stated that this film had upwards of like 225 to 240 auditioned and casted little people for the film.
Wow.
And there was, I might have caught 3. I'm pretty sure. I know I caught 1, and I'm pretty sure I caught 2. But there might have been at least 3 other ones that I recognized.
I was looking for Peter Dinklage in the background.
I think
that's a rumor. I also read on that supposedly there is a possibility Peter Dinklage is one of the extras in the background.
I think I spotted him, but I don't have a screenshot of him up. So I might circle him for you in the podcast.
He would have been 19. I wouldn't have been 19. Well, he would have been 20. But anyways, 19. Yeah, no, he might have.
A youngin.
He would have been young Dinklage. One of them that I caught, which I believe he might have. Wasn't I he's in a movie that I really like called Time Bandits. There might be two or 3 of them from Time Bandits in this movie, but I recognize at least one. He's in the band. I think he's the one playing one of the stringed guitarish instruments, and he has at least one line where he reacts, like I think when the beast comes out or something. I think it was Kenny Baker, which would make sense if it's a George Lucas movie, because Kenny Baker is R2-D2.
Oh, well, that would make sense.
Yeah, I think it's Kenny Baker is in this movie. That's a cool thing, and there might have been, I think, like 2 other ones from Time Bandits specifically, but they didn't get a line or anything, so I can't.
In the village during the dog attack, there were, I think, at least 2 people, but there was one very prominent one where he's obviously smiling and laughing while running away instead of running in fear from the dogs. I found that amusing.
Willow?
He was having a good film day.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
And I guess the last thing I have for this act is with General Kale. We hear him mention that he destroyed the castle at Galadorn.
Yes.
Which is just sprinkling a little bit in for it to be mentioned later.
Yes. I also that's also one of the things I would like to touch on a little bit as well. Um, a lot of things happen in this scene. It's very quick. Bav Morda is calling Sorcerer useless, which is, a little more towards the fact of what will happen later. And then we are introduced to General Kale, who I will henceforth be calling General Skeletor in my notes. So brace yourselves, audience, for that.
You're gonna call him Admiral Neanderthal brow.
Then but yes, the line of destroying the castle of Galador. I think this is very, very good setup for how the rest of the world building will be done. It's very efficient because this is the start of how we understand that the world is living, breathing, and reacting to events that are currently happening. Which is, I think, is very, very important for the sake of the movie. It's that it helps the world feel very, very lived in, and
It doesn't feel like it's just connected on Elora.
Yes, so so the world is already acting and reacting of its own accord, and this will be further introduced in the next act with the introduction of my favorite character.
And maybe your favorite character.
Something I'll point in that to me, I thought it was a connection to like the Master Chief in the Halo show thing. General Kale should not take his mask off.
Because of the brow.
I don't know. He just looks so much better with the helmet mask on.
I agree. I was like, the second he took it off, I was like, oh. I know what you wear.
That's why he made the helmet, but you know, show your respect to your queen by.
Yeah, you're not allowed to wear a helmet in the high court.
Yeah. Also, quick details about the armor. Actually, it's pretty decent. In the sense, Sorcerer has a more Eastern styled helmet, which is applicable so she can keep her long hair. It's a nice little thing where it's practical and it also allows her to keep her long hair. So I just want to note that I appreciate that because they do kind of like they don't have a uniformed armor set. They have uniformed color sets, is what it is.
Yeah.
Which I think
it's cool that for a fantasy film, it's not strictly Renaissance medieval armor.
It's kind of more like the Huns armor, or that kind of very Eastern.
Yeah, it's kind of it's a blend of like medieval with Eastern. Though the way their armor goes, I actually quite like it.
Well, Eric and his army, I thought that was all like Roman influenced.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. It's like Roman. It's Roman, like Renaissance, kind of.
Yeah. No, sorry. No, I meant. I don't know if that came through. I did say like European mixed with Eastern Asian kind of appearance with it. I actually do like that because it's kind of also. I also like the fact that they're all. It's not a uniform. Everyone has their own armor, which is more realistic to what medieval times are. It's very rare that you will have two swordsmen like having the exact same armor in the dark ages of the medieval age because it's just you get what you can and you use what you can, people inherit their weapons from their parents, or when they make their own, they make it their own. I like the lack of distinct uniform. They keep their colors uniform, which is very useful for defining friend from foe, but I like the fact that it's not uniform armor across the board. People are wearing different helmets here and there and using different weapons and stuff like that.
It's not Isengard manufactured.
Yes.
I think we're kind of wrapping up at the end of this act. Anyone have any last tidbits to throw in before we move on?
Okay, I got one. It's a little note that I think it's important. We over here, it is convenient, but are hiding Elwyn from the searching Bav Morda soldiers. They overhear that their village has been searched. So like the more thoroughly than when the the hellhounds went through, the soldiers went through, and they managed to get the information that a group took the baby out, so they know they're out there.
That's right. I wrote down someone snitched.
You know what happens to snitches?
They get the female
Come on,
dogs.
You get no bitches.
Yep.
They get and only stitches.
Last thing I think I have is this movie does a lot of foreshadowing for later. For example, the series telling about Sorcerer's betrayal. What they show during the festival is how Willow really likes magic, and even said to Burglecut that it could be magic simply because he's a kind of a stage magician for the festival, even though being a farmer. And he did the disappearing pig trick, which comes back at the later tail end of the film.
Yep. A lot of setup.
Yeah, so it's not just out of the blue of something that's not shown before. Not like, a trick he's done, because of his stage performance, but it's something that we've seen and not out of the blue.
And of course it was a pig. Which is relevant.
That's funny.
That's a
I didn't read
call.
that. Surprisingly, I
You're not
didn't
gonna
read
get
that
that
far into that, but yes.
You're going to get that later on.
All right, Act 2. We go from the crossroads up to the tavern.
Val is here.
I listed it as
He wants some
tavern. I
water.
don't know if it's actually...
And we're introduced to the most famous actor in Hollywood in 1988.
I don't know how true that is.
He was pretty big.
This is post Top Gun, so yeah, it's
I'm
pretty
in
big.
Iceman, yeah. But...
Val Kilmer was bigger than Tom Cruise.
Is this
Okay.
is this after Batman?
No.
This is a
Batman's
little
in the
before
90s.
Batman.
Right,
this is
okay.
before Batman.
He's getting there. He's getting there.
I think at this point he's been in Top Gun, Real Genius.
When did
and
Saint come out?
That was 1997. So he hasn't like he's about to blow up. This is like right around then. He's good.
So I guess I'll start again in this
Oh, yeah,
act.
go right
Go on.
So when we release this, I gave a screenshot for YouTube viewers. I'll also describe the scene for the listeners. So when Bav Morda asks to get released, we get to see what's his name, Migosh, whack the chain with a stick to release him. So in the image presented, it shows a single chain with a lock at the bottom. How is that locking anything? Is the first question.
You want an answer to that, or
no? Because there's no answer. It doesn't make sense.
I'm just going to shrug. I don't have an answer for you.
My only
it's locking
thought on that
nothing.
Is that the chain, that lock is not what releases Mad Mardigan from his cage.
Then what does?
Because what I think Migosh did was break away the bottom for Mad Mardigan's weight to break it out. Because it stayed as a solid piece.
Did not break
and
the
not crumbled the base.
Okay. So we get Migosh whack it with a stick, which broke the chain in half. Which in the image I presented, you can see that a chain is clearly cut to come off.
You didn't get an image of the chain breaking.
No, but it breaks in half. Obviously, the cut is for the practicality of the movie happening, not in universe that it's a bad chain, because then Mad Mordigan could have just unhooked it and released himself. So I won't give it to that. But him just whacking with a stick, a normal stick, wouldn't make sense in the first place. And I'm still stuck on how it even released it in the first place, because if it is just the weight of him pulling down on a single chain, which is what we're presented here, he could have done that by himself if he tried to grab for the chain.
Well, unfortunately, there's a deleted scene from this movie where they go through all of the Nelwyns, and Migosh is actually the strongest Nelwyn that has ever been born in their history.
They should have kept that in there.
I know it was on the cutting room floor, and it's really weird. It's on this movie, but
Small
I've
issue,
seen it.
but there's a lot of stuff happening in this one little snippet.
No, yeah. We joked, audience. We joked before the recording that because we knew that Crimson was going to pull this stunt, and they're like, it's everything wrong with this movie starts and ends here, everybody.
If this didn't work, he would have been trapped, and they'd have to figure something else out.
I'm watching the scene right now. But
having the scene up in the background, all I can really go off of is that Migosh uses the momentum of the stick to attack the base of the cage and not the lock itself.
Yeah, he definitely hits. He doesn't hit the lock.
No, he hits the chain. Yeah. The lock is useless. It's not locking anything.
I'm deferring to all of you on this because I don't have the movie up. So
got the image.
I do, but I mean, your image is still a blurred stick.
Migosh is not aiming for the lock.
I didn't claim that. He's not hitting the lock. The lock is useless.
He's aiming. You claim he's aiming for the chain. Yes.
To answer your question, is the lock useless? Yes. It's not attached to anything. It's just dangling.
It's just dangling.
Is the lock needed to get Mad Mardigan out of his cage? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, which is the issue of why him whacking the chain would release him.
I think the chain was just in the way.
Then he could have just pulled it up through the bars.
He hits the base. He doesn't hit the chain.
Wait, Crimson, you think the chain and lock is needed for Mad Mardigan to get out?
That's what it looked like.
Okay, to me it looks like it's not needed at all. It's just dangling. Because Migosh attacks the base of the cage and not the lock or the chain.
Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah, he hits the base. He doesn't hit the. I mean, he hits the area by the chain lock or whatever, but he doesn't hit the actual lock itself or the chain. He hits the base of it, and it just breaks. I mean,
then again, I'm not too familiar with these cages and how they, how you get, prisoners in and out of them.
Sure, whacking with a stick wouldn't open it.
Well, what you do, I'll tell you how practically this is done. You get put in the cage first, and then your cage is then hung after you're already in it.
Yeah.
No, that's true, but how do you get out?
You don't. There's
you're
bodies
not supposed
in
to.
You
oh, it's designed not to be.
Yeah, it's designed. You're going to die in there. It's pretty much.
It's a death torture. Yeah.
And it's also to deter people. Because you just see dead people around. It's
like that, like Pirates of the Caribbean.
To go off of that, then to get them inside before locking them in, do they enter through the bottom?
Presumably, yes.
Essentially, they make the cage around. Basically, not quite as literally as that. They put it together around them, so there's no locks or anything.
All right.
There you go.
I think that's sorted.
That scene broken apart.
Yeah. Let's see. I think there's a reuse of footage here from the Scout Rider, the very quick horse.
Oh, going past them again?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
It was an obvious footage reuse. I just wrote it down. It's a little nitpick, but fine. Doesn't break anything.
No, that horse.
I was confused. I thought he ran around the world and came back. I was very confused.
Yeah.
That's such a shit criticism.
I know. It's good. Exactly. I just wrote it down as a nitpick.
I know.
It's just
I like
the
it,
two
though.
traveling scouts.
Yep. Yeah, that's what it's meant to be. We're meant to presume it's two traveling scouts.
That was his twin brother. With his twin brother horse.
Yeah.
Yes, Mumbo and Jumbo.
Mumbo and Jumbo.
Let's see. Our adventure group of Elwyn break up here. Because Birdlecut wants to go home. And
big surprise.
He just wants to give the baby off to the first Iceni that they came across, and that just happens to be Sir Mad Mordigan.
Mad Mordigan. What a really selling name I really want to give him my baby.
Yeah,
I hated
don't-
writing his name because it was so long.
Even if even if he wasn't like in a jail cell or whatever, or a cell cage when they first meet him, Mad Mardigan does not really convey a sense of comfort.
no, he's intentionally trying to antagonize them. It's kind of amusing that
Yeah.
he's trying to get them to infight, and then the person he's cheering on leaves without releasing him.
Yeah.
It's funny because it's just his little spiteful inputs didn't accomplish anything he wanted.
Are you gonna let him talk to you that way, Burglecut?
You do weird shit when you're locked in a cage. You're gonna die in.
We see that. What's his face? I always forget his name because he's not really important to this. Migosh.
Oh.
Yeah, Migosh.
Migosh stays with Willow. Good on him, I guess. Migosh didn't need to be in this movie.
Oh, come on.
He's a good friend.
Yeah.
He contributed nothing to this.
He's the wannabe Sam.
That's like saying
Pretty
that.
much.
That's like saying that Mike Schenk didn't contribute anything to Coven, man.
That's
what
too
did
complete.
Migosh
I know.
contribute here
That-
other than leave to tell his family that he's going to take the baby, which would have happened in the first place without
Well,
Migosh?
Crimson, you already covered it. He played the flute, which was in the
Played
song.
flute. Yeah.
What was that? Migosh who played the flute?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
During
Cool.
when they were at the campfire.
Neat.
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
Also, something I think that Crimson here likes about the music a bit is that it has bagpipes, and Crimson's a fan of bagpipes. He's a little biased.
Excuse me.
That's,
I'm also a
music's
fan of
subjective.
bagpipes.
That's
There we go. Someone who knows their stuff.
Bagpipes is to Crimson what Michael Giacchino is to Springs. Okay, instantly better.
Scotland. Okay, all right, got it out of me.
I did it with my Mike Schenk one, so I had to
Hey,
come back with
Crimson,
something.
you would really love Dune.
I've seen Dune. All right,
He
you're
loves
talking about the
Dune.
original because I haven't seen the original one.
You haven't seen the original? Oh,
No,
come
I'm
on,
talking
man.
about the new one because the bagpipes are awesome.
Yeah.
I'll
So
watch that someday.
yeah, Migosh. Do you guys agree he could have just been cut out of this and nothing would have really changed?
Yeah, I
Story-wise,
so
yes.
story-wise,
I think
absolutely,
feeling
he
would-
cut
I don't even
out-
think he contributed to being a character.
the
right?
only thing that he adds really is it's a subcategory of world building for Willow. The fact that Willow had a life that he's leaving behind. That's what Migosh is essentially representing.
Yes.
That's pretty much all
Migosh-
he's
yeah.
there for. Because of that, I do want him to be more of a character. But because he's not, it would be more efficient storytelling if he was cut out of the film.
Yeah.
So
mean,
him being here is flawed. Yes.
I think Migosh actually staying with Willow helps the relationship between Willow and Matt Mardigan. Because if Migosh did leave with Burglecut and the rest, the relationship between Matt Mardigan and Willow, I think, would have gotten more and more mean and cruel to each other. And Willow would not come around to like forgive him or trust him at all. But with Migosh kept pulling Willow in to like comfort of remind him of like their mission and to find a Dakini and then return home.
It is also Migosh as well. Like so, this is where he is contributing. I'm speaking more to when later he's not. Because
They get captured by brownies and he goes home.
Yeah, I feel like it wouldn't. There could be a way to reshoot this where Migosh just leaves with the rest of the group, though him wanting to linger and stuff. But he still accomplishes what he wants because ultimately he is the one that encourages Willow to trust Mad Mordigan because Migosh has a very instinctual blind trust. Like he wants to go shake Mad Mordigan's hand. He wants to go to. He's the one who ultimately believes that actually I do think he will take care of Elora.
And he's also wrong, but yes.
Well, he does. He's just
He's
Elora was
initially
stolen.
wrong. Yeah, yeah. He is initially wrong, but he's shown.
Yeah. So outside
It's
of
also
this,
the fact that they see 1,000 Daikini, and then there's only one still that wants to take Elora.
yeah. And I'll get to the army in a second, but to kind of answer your question, this is the only this right here is the only purpose that Migosh serves. beyond this, though, I do think he should have just gone back with the group, because there is a way in a more tightly written script where Migosh would have gone home with the rest of the group, but he's still here to facilitate something between Willow and Mad Mordigan before that happens.
How dare you say that George Lucas, the master of script writing, could have written a tighter script? I am just aghast.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm still sorry. There's
That's
a lot
all
of
right.
layer
It's
jokes
all right.
in there.
Who
I
wrote
love
the
it. It's
Christmas
great.
special of Star Wars?
Yeah,
again?
that's right. George P. Lucas. I don't know what his middle name is.
But yeah,
It
so
wasn't George Lucas.
do you have anything that you'd want to add to what I said, Crimson, or just?
Yeah, I still think he wasn't necessary. He could have turned around with
It's
vertical
surface
cut,
level.
because let's say we take him out of this movie completely. He's not even part of the troupe. We could have, a writer could have made something work to where Willow would release Mad Mardigan. It's not something that's outside the realm of possibilities.
Mhm.
So introducing a character that, other than this one scene, is irrelevant and contributes nothing, just seems unnecessary and a waste to me.
I agree somewhat, because I do think he serves a purpose. It's just not. It's not like story needed enough, or they didn't. They didn't make him needed enough in the story for it to feel like it has much of a weight to it. But because I agree with Ryder, and that basically he's kind of like this last bit of kind of the temptation for Willow to go back to where he's comfortable, back to the Nelwyn village and all that stuff.
He's not entirely out of his comfort zone as long as Migosh is there.
Yeah. He hasn't fully started his hero's journey until he's thrust into the unknown, the complete unknown. But I do agree with you in that you could take him out, and the story itself wouldn't change. But I do think some of he offers something that's not entirely apparent if you're actually looking at this. If you're looking at specifically a script or something, or just the writing of it, it wouldn't really come across. But if you're watching, or but I think he does add something to the story, but it's not something that you couldn't make it more apparent or make it more necessary by rewriting or adding more stuff for the character.
Definitely I would prefer that Migosh's presence here, if it's elongated, he serves at least more of a purpose. Because I also agree with you, Crimson, that a good writer would have just been able to facilitate something between Willow and Mad Mordigan. But in this version we have, it's Migosh that facilitates that. So that is his quote unquote purpose, and then that's why he feels tacked on until he leaves, kind of. So all you have is the symbolism of what he's there for, which is he is the last bit of home that Willow has. And that is something, but not enough, I think, to kind of want to keep him entirely in the script.
Something that could done with Migosh is make Willow have a different view of the Daikini overall, because it doesn't have any lasting power. The moment that the brownies show up with the baby, the switch is off. He's like, oh, Mad Mordigan's terrible, shouldn't have trusted him, blah, blah, blah. Nothing of his presence affects Willow. Which I think, are they friends? We didn't get much of an interaction before.
It's implied they're friends. He's
village.
The one that wishes him luck before he gets the he goes up on stage for the apprentice selection.
Yeah.
So we do get a lot of implications that he's friends, and then when Migosh comes forward first, Willow has that breath of relief. Of course he's going to come. He's my best friend. There is a lot of non-verbal stuff that happens to imply it that they're good friends.
Then I wish we saw more of an impact between the two. Then
yes, I agree. I think I said one of my favorite scenes between them actually is one of Migosh's last scenes when they're talking about arriving home and being greeted as heroes, because we get a lot of we get a hint into what their deeper relationship looks like, but it's not a lot.
Where's the extended edition?
I know.
Yeah, Will.
It's one of those things. I do think this movie would have been better with an extra 15 minutes just to facilitate relationships like this and Sorsha's turning. And I think those two things would help a lot. But I guess that's all I have to comment, I guess, on Migosh Crimson. So shall
Yeah,
we?
Well, we've certainly given
decent dive.
Migosh a good amount of spotlight there.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would
Because
like
he's
to
not going to be relevant anywhere else.
Yes, I would like to bring in now my favorite character, Eric.
Nicholas.
Yeah, sure. Eric, leading the army of fools, as Mad Mordigan pointed out. Through Eric, we get tons of history between Mad Mordigan. Through Eric and Mad Mordigan's interaction, we get a lot of history between the two of them. We understand that they're fundamentally different people. Eric is the loyal knight. He's already at war with Bav Morda. The castle of Galadwin was sacked, and it's implied that he was either an ally or a servant. And he is functionally one of our main lenses of world building to show that the world is acting of its own accord despite the events around Elora. And he acts as a sort of yin to Mads Mordigan's yang, because Mads Mordigan is more of he's out for himself, where Eric's a man of the cause. He believes in what he's doing. And Eric is very little screen time, but they managed to facilitate a lot of that, which we understand this character completely. And his introduction's great.
Yeah, I agree. I like Eric.
Is that
I don't think you've said any.
Is that all the commentary on Eric?
I mean, no.
Well,
Eric,
when he comes up more, I'll talk
Yeah.
more about him. But
Yeah,
here,
I
like his
agree.
interaction with Mad Morgan. It's solid.
Eric. Yeah, I don't necessarily find it that convenient that Eric is the one who comes out of the, troops, and then it's a character who knows of Mad Morgan. Like, it could have been like a lot of people to step out. So I think it's tailored for the story in that way to.
But he's also a
have him
leader, and
appear
leaders
later,
tend to
but-
step out of the lines a lot, so it helps. And he's also curious as to why these little ones are yelling at his men going by, because he's one of the leaders of the group. So
We have
That's
a baby for you.
like that would give me
Give it to
pause.
find a woman.
If I was an officer, that would give me pause. I'd pull aside and try to figure out a little bit of what the fuck's going on. But that's me as an officer, so I can't. And I think
Or going
Eric's
into battle. Like,
yeah.
There's no place for babies. Find a woman.
Yep.
What's a woman?
Yeah, it's one of the
They
world.
thought Eric was one.
Yeah, the world of Willow is alive, and factions are moving and counter thrusting, and Willow and Eric is a huge facilitator of all of what's going on in the background, and it's all done in
like
fairly natural dialogue he exchanges with Mad Mordigan.
yeah, they got mutual respect, but he also respects the laws of the land.
Yep.
So let him rot.
Oh, yeah. Sit in your coffin and rot.
Yeah. I also forgot how much I loved Mads Mordigan's bullshitting while he's in the cage. It's just, it's one of those things where like, it's definitely a character you don't see on screen anymore. It's definitely a character in a bygone era. But Mad Morgan's like, I love like, I'm the greatest swordsman who ever lived, and I wrote down on my notes, like, this is in fact not a brag, this is true.
Yeah.
I like how throughout Matt, you keep saying Mads and it's confused. Mad Morgan gets other weapons besides a sword, and he's like very flimsy and goofy until he gets a sword, or then he shows off his actual skill.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a build up, like it's a payoff to the promise of him constantly bragging,
Yeah, because he doesn't say he's the greatest warrior. He just says he's the greatest swordsman. And then they actually kind of use that where, like, with other weapons, he's kind of not very good.
He's just getting by.
Yeah, but once he gets a sword, he's actually doing stuff. It's good payoff, good build up.
And it's not just a 1 to 2 thing. It's not the next time we see him fighting he has a sword. It's showing
It builds
not
to
necessarily
it.
progress, but like it explains his skill and then shows it when needed.
Mm-hmm.
and before we fully leave Eric behind, I do want to point out that I like the.
You need to tell Eric leaves us behind.
Yeah, we're leaving him behind for now. He and the army is moving to strike Bav Morda's forces while they're currently breaking down the castle of that General Kale conquered.
Gondor.
Yeah, and
No, it's like
yeah. So
Ganderlin. What is it?
Galadorn.
Galadorn.
Yeah.
Close to
Yeah.
Gondor.
And I like that we're getting, like, again, it's very, very quick, but we get an understanding of what the army's doing, why they're out here, and how the world is dealing with Bav Morda's slowly growing expansion or expanding of her influence.
It is kind of a cool thing, yeah.
So again, very, very efficient writing done in just one scene of just very, very quick dialogue in a natural conversation that he has with Bav Morda. Very well done. It's one of the it's a thing that I rarely get to praise in what we cover here. So
it is a cool thing. I do like. I mean, this is kind of, I think, like a minor version of it because it's what the story is technically about, and it's just sort of like an add-on. But I especially like a good example, I guess. That's not what the movie's technically about, but it's something that's happening while the movie's going on. Is like I don't know if anybody here has ever seen Cabaret. Okay, it's like a musical. It's Bob Fosse, whatever. It's so anyways, but so it's all set in Germany in like the 30s, right? At this cabaret. I might be confusing one, but whatever. And it's right, and so all this, so you gradually see the as kind of Nazism takes hold of Germany, the songs change, the skits change, and the audience changes. And it's definitely, and the movie's not at all about like World War II, or I mean, it just all happens to the story takes place while this is happening, and it's just kind of like this background thing. But that's a little bit different than I think what writer is talking about. But I appreciate something where like you can kind of see time moving and things happening that are going on that you don't have to like. We don't have to see the siege of whatever kingdom. We just know from like this like traveling group of soldiers that that's what's happening.
Mm-hmm. Remind me after the podcast. I got to talk to you about Joachim Marseille, Sinister. You'll enjoy that story.
Okay.
So when Migosh and Willow were returning after delivering the Elora to Mad Mardigan, they run into a brownie, Frangine, who's on some sort of bird, and the model for Elora's baby carrier to the bird is such a small comparison in actual like sizing.
Mm-hmm.
And I just find it funny with the like how much, because it was an actual bird, and how much the effects were for what it was carrying compared to the blue screen later of enlarged with the talons holding onto the carrier.
Mm-hmm. That's fair.
And then shortly after that, Migosh and Willow fall into a trap, and with the size of what brownies are, that must have taken a long time for that trap to be built.
Yeah, they spent years.
Well, they got pixies with magic. That could have been like dig a hole magic.
Dig a hole?
We don't know. Hasn't been shown.
Well, we didn't see
As
them.
We say that's writing the script for them.
Yeah.
We don't know.
We didn't see them dig it either.
I do have to point out. It is convenient that the brownies happen to steal the baby and then fly back over Willow.
Oh, the brownies make no sense to me. So they know nothing of directions from what we see, but they're able to track a baby with nothing.
Well, no.
They were sent out there to look.
Direction.
They were sent out there to look for the baby. That was what their orders were.
By the fairy.
I think Rule kind of knows which way to go.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what you're implying?
But how does he know?
because he's a tracker. Or could
How
be.
do you know where
I'm
to
just saying,
start?
Rule knows where to point and kind of knows. Frangine is the one who's always confused which direction to go in.
Yes.
I don't know how they found a baby that's been moving. And
How
if
do
they
you
knew
find
where the
anything
baby's
that's been
always
moving?
been,
Presumably, they weren't the only ones looking for the baby.
Yeah.
it's
There's
a
a
pretty
whole
big
village of
land,
brownies.
especially when you're that small.
As
You ride a
stated, we don't
bird.
know the geography.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we fucking do not.
We can guess that Willow had only been separated from the baby for probably about an hour, maybe 2 hours. So
No,
Probably.
that's not true. The sun is going down and Matt's walking off in the distance, and it's bright daylight.
also it's been a day.
At least the day. Yeah.
Okay.
Could have even been more than one day.
Well,
We don't know how long it takes to travel between
no,
the
no,
village and.
right.
I
The
think
sun's
it's
not going
day.
down. Sun's coming up because
That's
the horses go
sunrise?
by to wake them up. Yeah, because when they get up, Matt Mardigan says "morning, boys." So that's morning.
Okay,
So a few
but
hours.
then they leave
So they
him.
were
in-
riding through the night then?
No, but they leave
soldiers?
him. They leave him there during the day though, because it goes back to nighttime. Like it resets to evening when they release him because it's really dark.
Is it?
Yeah, when they release him from the cage, I thought it was like evening again because it's very dark out.
It was darker.
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying about the time
Yeah,
stuff.
Agreed
Agreed
to
to
disagree. We don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, so,
I thought it could be all said in the same day.
like I said, you can probably you can make hazard guesses as to what happens, but we still don't know anything for certain.
Okay. All I can think of is when they wake up, it's morning. With the scouts riding by.
Time has moved. Let's put it that way.
That is true. Time is moving forward. We just don't know how much. What
Something to touch on just a little is Mad Mardigan calls, Willow a peck. And then the army also calls him a peck. So it's not just a nickname given by Mad Mardigan, it's what
It's
they
a
can
common
call
slang.
Elwyn.
It's
Yeah.
it's either slang or it's I think it's slang / insult, but mostly slang because Eric doesn't seem the kind to insult everyone upon meeting them.
Which is a connection I'll bring up later that I found. Which I don't know. I don't think it's an error because George Lucas, when it comes to Star Wars, never replied or no one's stated as human. And it's like the big question. It's like they look like human, not human kind of thing. They do say human once in this film.
But was it a human who said humans?
Finn Razel said, "Transform me back into my human form,
Okay.
not Daikini form."
Well, I can.
Bikini. That's just what the.
So I think Daikini
Nelwyn
is what they call them.
Yeah.
Speaking
Like Peck is.
quickly to speak to Star Wars, I don't know if they explicitly call humans in the movies, but they are referred to
No.
as humans in everything else, from books to small TV shows, that sort of thing.
But it's in a galaxy far, far away.
Yeah.
Far,
You're not
far
saying
away from where
humans
they're
are far, far
living.
away.
I think humans are inhabitants of Earth.
We don't know that.
No, that's Earthlings, not humans.
We'll cover Star Wars at a different time.
Long.
All right. So I'm getting into subjective time here. The freaking brownies I hated throughout this entire film.
Oh,
You
go
hate the
cry me a
brownies?
river. Come on.
I hated them.
Frangine and Rule?
They were so annoying.
You hate anything fun.
Well,
they
yeah, that does
they
surprise me.
single-handedly lowered my subjective rating.
Oh,
We'll find
that's
out when we
upsetting.
get to ratings.
To me, they were the comparison of Merry and Pippin.
Okay,
Oh, I wouldn't.
I think
No,
no,
I'm
no,
not-
no,
I'm
no,
not-
no,
I'm
let's
not
not go
throwing
that
that
far.
one.
No, I'm not going to give them that
I'm
far.
just thrown in
It's
there.
clearly not as good, but I mean, in comparison, is what I think.
They do. Yeah, I guess they kind of try to facilitate something similar. The interactions are inspired, maybe.
No, I think they're closer to like freaking Donald and Goofy in Kingdom Hearts than they are to Merry and Pippin in Lord of the Rings.
Well, I can't speak to Kingdom Hearts stuff, so.
that's fair enough.
I was just going off of what we've given so far for Lord of the Rings.
Well, yeah.
comparatively.
Yeah, I will say I loved them as a kid. I didn't enjoy them as much as an adult. I just kind of factored them as characters that existed. So I guess I understand Cruise's perspective because having grown up on it, yeah, I admittedly don't like them as much as an adult.
I'll say not all of their stuff hits. I'll say that, but I think the stuff that does, I genuinely like. Some of it just seems, yeah, it's like I'll agree. Some of it seems a little bit like it's taking a bit too much time. It's like a bad cutaway gag or something. But the stuff that does hit, I think is good.
I don't think there's anything I liked about them.
Hey,
The joke calling them a lizard, I guess that was something.
hey,
Your mother
That's
was
not
a
even
lizard.
them. That's just them. That's somebody interacting with them.
That exactly.
hey,
Everything else was
they
annoying.
they hit Bav Morda with the fucking love potion. That was hilarious.
That was
That's
pretty
the
good.
question I want to bring up.
Oh, we're getting there already. I was
Why
hoping
does
to have more time?
Frangine have a fairy dust of broken heart?
Great
Because
question.
it's supposed
I
to.
assume he
'cause they do
stole it, right? That was he. There was like one line of dialogue to allude why he has it, and I think he either
Yeah,
stole it
it's
or was
early
gifted
on.
to him. I don't remember what
Okay.
it was.
I
It's
think
not
like
just
it,
convenient for
yeah.
plot thrown in.
Well, it's convenient that he stole it for the plot.
It's
and-
convenient that he stole it
Okay.
for the plot, or and if it was a gift, he has it because he has it. So
I think from what I remember of the interaction, I can't say right now because podcast, so it's gonna get flagged if I actually play the actual dialogue. But
I can't do that.
yeah, I could watch with subtitles. I remember him saying something like, because the friend Rule wants it to, give it to the Dakini girl or whatever he sees at the bar, and then Rule is like, oh no, you can't. It's a gift from the fairies or something like that. Like it's only entrusted to Rule, or it's only entrusted to
something's brought
Francine,
up
and
there.
not them. But I don't know. With the way they call it, because it's a broken hearts spell or broken hearts potion or something or whatever, and I think it's meant to like play tricks on like humans or something, or like other creatures. I don't think it's actually meant to be used in a actually useful way, but it could be used for that. I don't know.
Well, I would love to see them try to implement it, but they didn't. It was just used for two gags. One gag leading to a love interest thing, but them using it as a diversion thing or anything really was not presented, which I think would have helped.
What do you want to talk about that?
Just them having it and using it, or
no? I never mind. I can't reference what I was going to reference because it's later on.
Trying to stay away from the tavern stuff yet. We're not there yet, but I will say with the brownies, the effects are pretty solid, and the tracking with when the camera's moving and stuff is pretty good. I don't know if they rotoscoped it or did something else, but it's pretty good.
For its time, yeah, it looks pretty decent.
They actually built an entire set, really big.
I believe both. Yes, there are instances where you can tell it's the blue screen of sizing versus no, blue screen whatsoever of enlarged sets behind them.
Yeah, like them in the tall grass and stuff. Definitely some real sets for them to stand in.
Current $1 billion budget filmmakers use both. Don't just use CGI. You got to use practical too. It'll look way better. Trust me.
Yep. Won't dissuade
it's
that.
So expensive and requires effort.
That's why Andor looks better than the Mandalorian, but that's just me. Moving on.
How dare you?
You
say an accurate comment.
A question for the three of you: do you think Shalindra? Thank you. When she disappears to come back enlarged, is a intimidation to Willow?
I don't.
I don't know what that was, and that was the bad looking visuals. Was when she started enlarging. Everything else looked really good to me.
I just shrugged and went, I guess. Like, I mean, she can communicate to them however she wants. I didn't necessarily take that as an intimidation. I just took that as like, I'm gonna lean in and zoom in closer to you to help imply the importance of your choice here, or your task.
Okay.
I wrote in my notes "secret bad guy?" because she was so manipulative during this interaction.
Secret bad guy ?
Yeah, she was so manipulative. It is your choice, but if you don't choose this, everyone's going to die. So it is your choice, though. And your family will suffer too. Don't forget about that. But it is your choice.
Yeah, I think I actually wrote down like gives Willow a choice without Willie giving him a choice. I think that's exactly what I wrote.
That's every hero, though. They have a choice, but do they really have a choice?
She laid it real thick.
I'm not. Listen,
I mean, it kind of went with what the elder at the village told Willow of, do you love the child? Like, it's your choice to decide.
There was way more of a choice in that moment than with this.
In here he has the quote unquote choice, but it's either he chooses to go or the world is consumed by darkness and everyone dies and suffers.
Yeah.
So,
Meanwhile, in the village, if he says no, then it's someone else's problem.
Yeah, a choice in like 50 sets of quotation marks, sure.
Yeah.
I think it's all just like, do you believe that this child can be without you?
I get what they're going for. I do. It is amusing though to me.
You know what?
And on the note of you saying that she's very manipulative, Crimson, and I think this is where Rings of Power got its inspiration for its version of Galadriel. Then, if she's evil.
Yeah.
Oh no! We
that is covered at a later date, writer.
Can't talk about that right now.
You have not seen what I have seen.
You have not suffered what I have suffered. There is a tempest in me. All right, sorry. Go on.
No, that was it. That was
I believe we're coming up to the tavern, so end of the act, unless any little nitbits anywhere else.
I have a clarifier. They bring up pixies and fairies in this. Are they both? Are they one?
I think they're one.
What are they?
Okay, see, this is how I write them in my fantasy. So this is just 100% me. Pixies are a faction of fairies. That's how I incorporate the two together. Here, I think we don't see either of them enough, so I just lump them to mean the same thing.
In this film, I'm gonna take it as Elwyn to Peck is like fairy to pixie.
Yeah, pixie is like the derogatory.
Human to daikini.
Sure.
It's funny though that daikinis would be, because I think in their language it's supposed to mean like so tall or something. It's not actually even an insult, really.
It's just a description. Tall person.
Yeah, it's just a description, and then they're just
and Peck could just be so little.
I don't know how angry he gets by being called Peck. I think it must be really derogatory.
Yeah.
We got to remember, Eric uses it too. He doesn't mean it as insultingly.
Well, it's like one of those things.
Did Eric call him a Peck?
Eric does call him a Peck, yes.
Oh, okay.
But he's on a horse, so
it works better for him.
Yeah.
He has the high horse or high ground.
He has the high ground.
Well, okay. Well, I'll do some quick notes there before we, as you say, skip to the tavern. Migosh and Willow separate. I kind of briefly covered the final talk of them returning to the village as heroes, and before they see the child being flown over. And then we have their final goodbye. Willow gives an earnest goodbye, which is touching. Like Crimson said, I think this would be stronger if we got more of their relationship and friendship. But it is nice that at least they send him off with some respect. And Willow now has Jolinda's wand.
Yeah, he has a whole new mission now.
Meant to
originally just pass him off to a human or whatever. Now he has to find a witch and all that stuff.
Yes.
Go to his castle.
Just say what you really mean. They're padding.
They got a side quest. What are you talking about? Do I have anything else? We get some slight backstory. The sorceress was exiled by Bav Morda, which is set up for the state we find her in. And he gets the brownies as guides, pour Crimson, and
I like their first little thing there. We go this way.
And they go to the Rambunctious Tavern. So yeah, that's pretty much all I got.
Or rambunctious.
All right. In that case, on to Act 3, which is from the tavern up to the Snow Village. Yes. I will start. What do I want to touch on? Okay, so during the escape chase scene when they're in the chariot, or the wagon, and then the chariots of Mad Mardigan trying to get away from the soldiers, I like the use of how I can see how much they have tried to steady the shaky cam throughout the whole thing, because it's more than likely all handheld, but they try to steady it.
They do a really good job for it being like I'm not throwing up, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that is a good sign. Yeah, you're right.
So something just praise a little on the camera work.
Another thing I want to praise for this, this is kind of something that I'm sure like a couple people, this is secondary and not a huge deal, but I ever since I saw growing up Monty Python and the Holy Grail, it's always nice to me when they do something like medieval and they make it kind of gross. Or like not like gross, like it's not clean.
Everything's dirty,
right?
and yeah,
everything's kind of dirty, disheveled. There's shacks and stuff. It's all kind of makeshift because that's how it would more than likely be. Granted, we don't have any. It's all art and stuff from then, but I'm pretty sure it would look. It would have a look that would not be clean.
Mm-hmm.
So I always like that, because most of the times in most movies there's like some dirt and stuff or whatever, but it's like beautiful pristine castles, palaces, armor that's like shiny and stuff. And this, it's kind of like it's wet, it's kind of, there's hail over the floors, there's shit and mud everywhere. So I always appreciate that kind of level of degradation of kind of the general areas in like a medieval setting. It wouldn't be all pristine.
Yeah, fair enough.
So I like that they actually kind of do that. I don't think they do. I mean, it's not like overly done in this one. So, but it's like, especially with like the tavern and some of the castles later on, there's some good amount of dirtiness.
We could talk about our reintroduction to Mad Mordigan once again.
You mean the lady's
cousin.
sister, cousin?
Yes,
yeah,
cousin. Sorry. Do
you think it was his idea to have like such big bazooms, or do you think that was?
I think it was just a funny practical joke they had on the set, and they just kept rolling with it because why the fuck not?
It actually makes a pretty good woman.
I think surprisingly, yes. I do find it funny though that the lady's husband is just aggressively flirting with Mad Mordigan and saying, "I want to breed," like in front of his wife.
Yeah, I wrote in my notes, what a devoted husband.
Hey, that was okay. That was okay back then.
And then let's see. Do I have anything additions? Oh yeah, I do have one note. I like the what is it called? It's gonna fucking bother me. It's a pulley system that they have set up for the tavern to keep barrels to the second floor.
Why'd you have to say that? Now it's gonna bug me.
Assassin's Creed.
Oh,
doesn't help.
No, yeah. It is nice that they have that present, so it's not just look like detail of outside to show. Because when Willow's going up the stairs, you can see horse stables down below. So like the first floor is for keeping livestock and animals, and up top is the the bar.
Yeah, and I like the touch of it's set up obviously for Mads Mordigan's escape later, but also this is also realistically how you would get giant fucking barrels of mead to the second floor of your fucking tavern.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't want to carry that over your shoulder going upstairs.
I wish you fucking luck if you can. So they got their pulley system set up for that. It is a nice little medieval touch of realism that I liked. And then I guess something that I found funny was Lug's reaction at Lug, the husband, when he realizes Mad Mordigan is not in fact a woman.
Not a woman.
Not a woman.
Gentlemen,
I'm willing to get killed by these soldiers now because of that revelation.
Gentlemen, meet Lug. I assume he's fucking drunk off his ass. They're in a tavern.
Oh God, yeah.
Probably. Yeah.
Was it Riot, or was it a treadwheel crane? Is that what you're talking about?
No.
Okay.
Like I said, it's just a rope pulley system, and I don't know what it's called. There's a specific term for it. It's the ones that they have on ships, with sailing ships with all the ropes and rigging.
Starts with a G.
Yeah.
It's gonna bug me now.
Yep.
They bring it up in the first Tomb Raider game. Darn it.
Well, I'll leave that there to peripherally blow up in the back of your minds at some point, because I'm gonna move on.
Yep, can't help you there.
Yeah, I know. But we also have Sorsha and Mad Mordigan meeting for the first time. And Mad Mordigan almost breaks character by calling her very beautiful, which is probably the only compliment she's gotten in a very long time, given her life choices.
True. I think that's I was gonna say that I think, especially with some of the events that go on later, probably most of the reasoning for switching sides is just because actually getting like some sort of form of love.
Positivity.
Yeah, positive. Yeah, positive. Yeah. Positive forms of.
I'll definitely probably break Sorsha's character down towards our conclusion, because there's going to be a turning point where I do think they drop the ball a bit.
Do you guys think the chemistry between Mad Mordigan and Sorsha is good?
It's fast, but
I think their banter is wonderful and holds up to this day. And as for their chemistry, watching it with a more objective lens, it's not as strong as I thought it was as a child, but they're still good actors and they're able to play through it.
In a realistic setting, Sorsha makes no sense, but with the tone of this film, I think it works.
Okay, I was curious because they got married.
In real life?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not
divorced
surprised.
in '96, but
you know, fair enough. Like I said,
block and tackle.
Yeah.
That's fully block and tackle.
Like I said, I do think they do have some decent on-screen chemistry. It's not amazing per se, but there is still a spark there, you know. So.
Oh yeah, the chemistry's there. Yeah. Sorsha's just, I'm willing to go with this guy now. He's very upfront and poetic.
Yeah,
I'll go with it.
We'll talk. We'll talk about that.
Yeah.
Because there is a point that I'm willing to give the movie credit for what they're trying to do. I am able to infer a lot, but not enough of it's literal. We don't have enough context in the script. It's inferred, but not enough is actually there. So we'll get there when we get there.
So I'll bring up Razel and how she's a, what do they call the bushtail possum, I think, or Australian possum. And the first thing that came into my mind is why, if what's her face, Bav Morda, if she did this, why didn't she just kill her? If my biggest enemy has the power to defeat me, why let them live, even in a lesser form? I don't understand.
Is Finn Razel the greatest enemy, or is it Elora to bring down the downfall and the prophecy?
Well,
or before the seers of
Okay. So, Crimson, you're right. The only reason I can see this working is that Bav Morda wants her to suffer.
Yeah, it's more of a punishment to be alive but not be able to do anything, then would just be dead.
To answer what you're asking, Sprinks, Roselle is so confident in her abilities that when she'd be in her human form, that she could take Bav Morda. That is a threat. If she is confident she can do it. And during
she was imagining herself
fight,
at a younger age.
Yeah, especially since she has the wand and everything, she
That's true.
definitely had the capabilities to be a major threat.
Yeah, the prophecy of Elora is stating that Elora is a way of bringing down Downfall, not the only way.
Yeah, that's the prophesized way.
Yeah. Like the queen could fall down the stairs and break her neck. I mean,
You're
also,
right. Oh my god!
I want to bring this up because I don't know if I brought it up yet. Bav Morda's costume reminds me of one of the Disney evil queens. Springs.
Yeah,
and I don't
she looks like Snow White evil queen.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I didn't know which
it's
one.
The crown.
Yeah.
The crown really helps with that.
Was this a? I know this is on Disney. It's streaming on Disney Plus. Is this an actual? Was this made for Disney, or is this just okay?
Yeah.
No, this was put on Disney Plus because of Lucasfilm.
They have the rights. That sort of thing.
Okay, so it's just probably an intentional nod, but not as far as like they were owned or
Yeah. Okay. No, definitely the crown helps, and then the
White Hood or whatever.
Yeah, it probably has an actual name, but the headpiece that only shows the face and like covers the hair.
Mm-hmm.
She's wearing like later on. She's wearing like mummy like.
I wrote that down.
I didn't get that.
Mummified wraps.
Yeah,
under her robe.
I maybe that was like a thing, and then they just didn't have time for it, or it just
I didn't know
from
if that
a costume
was
design standpoint. I don't think it worked.
She looks like you guys probably never seen it. The Thundercats, Mumra.
Nope.
Okay,
I'm familiar with Thundercats. But...
Yeah, that's the main villain is Mumra, and he just has like a mummy, and he's like a wizard or something, and he just has like like mummy wraps around him. That's what I thought of when I first saw it. I was like, oh, that's a weird because it doesn't fit with like any of the rest of her costume, and it just kind of and they don't like go into it.
But I thought, well, it could be since that's the first part it's shown, and she's not in that outfit any other part. It's just a ceremonial outfit to be wearing during the the whole steps to get Elora's soul into the netherworld or whatever.
I would believe that, except they just show her taking off like her regular queen robe, and it's just underneath her. She just changes robes or cloaks.
It could just be another element of throwing in other cultures' outfits, like they've done with the armor.
Mummy wrap? I don't know.
It could be. It's present for a reason, and in the costume choice, it was chosen. The reason behind since you're saying it could have been under her robes the entire of the film, and she was always wearing them.
We don't see her like with the cloak on, showing like anything of the outfit. So it could be, it could not be.
I'm thinking more about the Roselle thing. I guess we'll talk a little bit more about the magic here. So, something I have with the magic system in here is that there doesn't seem to be any rules. Like, you need a wand to use certain magic, maybe. I don't know. Sometimes you have to cast a spell and say things. Sometimes you don't.
So, it's kind of like, I think it's a little bit like Harry Potter rules before Harry Potter came out. So, that's not really Harry Potter rules, but the wand is like a conduit that will give people, like even people that have like just a basic, like Willow isn't a great sorcerer, but he has a basic magical potential. And so the wand then amplifies that, making him more powerful than he would be otherwise. But the wand just innately has power, but we don't see like Mad Mardigan using it, so I don't know if it just like it works even with the person doesn't have any magical ability. But so far, like how it showed in the movie, the wand was just like an amplifier for the already, magical power. It wasn't like a magical art.
Fine with that. The other issue is whether or not you need to say a spell, because we get him needing a protection spell for the pig stuff, and then we just have her saying pig, 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 which I'm going to imagine isn't the spell; is just saying pig.
I think her magic is different.
I mean,
they don't explain that it's different. They she's powerful.
But I mean, the whole they kind of explain it a little bit, but I'll give it to you that it's not enough where I could say this for certain that this is or isn't the case.
And then during the witch fight with the ice, I might be misremembering, but Rizzo during the ice thing, she doesn't say anything, right? She just uses the wand to freeze her.
Yes.
So
maybe? Yeah.
Well,
the rules of the magic, but don't make sense for what's present.
To slightly counter with the connection that Sinister brought up of Harry Potter. Yeah. In Harry Potter, Crimson, as you know, there's parts where they say a spell, and then other parts where a spell's not needed, and they use the one movement. And yes, the difference of Harry Potter is, you have to, swish and flick. You need the movement to go along with the spell, and well, there's no actual movement; it's words. So are you saying in Harry Potter, when they don't have to say what the spell is, it's just engraved in the wand of the movement?
Yeah, but also in Harry Potter, they also explain once you're an experienced wizard, you don't need to speak. That's something we talk about.
I think if one line was used in this to say that, it would be fine with
how I write magic in my own work is sometimes if you're experienced, typically you are taught to say the words to whatever spell you're going to use. However, obviously once you're an experienced sorcerer, you don't necessarily have to. However, you will still say the words in your head. So like whenever I have a character doing a fire spell or doing something fire related magic, the word fire or related to fire is either said in italics in their head or they snarl it out loud if they're like it just comes out because they're fighting.
It's less the words, I believe in this one, it's less the words and more of the intention behind the words. So
I believe with that ancestor because they do state you have to believe it to do.
Yes.
Rizal states that multiple times to Willow.
That gets to my big point I was leading to of why Rizal couldn't transform herself.
Hold on. Hold on a second. You gotta say, you've activated my trap card.
You've activated my trap card. Yeah. Why can't Rizal change herself? I'm sure she wants to. She has the willpower to. We know she has the power. Why couldn't she do it?
I attribute the fact that it takes Will multiple times to break the curse.
He's inexperienced.
Yes, but he's also breaking a curse of one of those powerful sorcerers in existence. So I took that as an attribute for it took. She doesn't have the innate strength by herself.
She had time to do that.
I don't think Rizal could have done it without the wand, and in her animal form, she couldn't hold it. That's why as soon as she becomes human or Daikini, she asks for the wand.
Well, because as we've seen with later on when the freaking evil queen uses her powers, to turn a bunch of people, they just turn into animals, like not even talking. So imagine how much power she had to have just to be able to be like a speaking animal, and not and still probably wouldn't be able to turn herself back out of it.
Still not dissuaded from it.
Well, okay, so what you're saying is basically like, if one thing is true, it either all has to be true or none of it matters. Like, so either she has to be able to turn herself into like a human, or the magic is broken.
I think Crimson's kind of asking why couldn't Rizal transform herself without the wand?
I don't know.
Because we see magic that doesn't require a wand. We talk about that it's more of the will and intent of the user to implement the magic, and she certainly has that.
And again, the wand amplifies those basic abilities. Even like because Willow can't do probably he even by the end of it he can just turn like that rock into a bird, but he can't he can't just make anybody and he also couldn't protect himself against the evil queen spell without the wand. So I think obviously there's a curse rule here that's not stated, so I'll have to give you that. I don't know why she can't do it herself, other than the fact that there's either some hidden reason with the curse or what have you. I don't know. That's not stated, so I can't say for certain.
I will agree that
all I
it's
know
not.
is like when I'm, you go.
It's just not fully stated how the magic fully go. I do agree with Sinister that the wand does amplify and help direct the magic use and belief that they're trying to cast, because there's four sorcerers in this film and only one wand, and at times they use words, don't use words, and use the wand.
Why doesn't she hold it as the possum then? If we want to go that route,
that's what I'm saying. I don't think in an animal form she can hold the wand.
As a possum, she can totally hold a wand, which is what we see her as in the beginning. She's a possum.
Yeah.
So in the beginning, she should have just asked, "So you got the wand? Give it to me. Boom, fix myself."
Could she?
However way you cut it, I don't think this works.
Okay, I don't know if she could aim it at herself as a possum. I mean, with the crow, she could have grabbed it with her feet, but couldn't aim it. As the goat, could have put it in her mouth, but couldn't. I mean,
all I can say is, for some reason, the curse doesn't work that way. That's all I got.
Okay. And Ryder, you're still sticking on you can say it in your head.
Yep.
Unfortunately, I don't think any Ryder's points really.
Well, I mean, sorry. My point was just an example of how it works in my own work. No. So it doesn't really. I'm not really applying it to Willow necessarily. My thoughts on this is just it's a softcore magic system. Things are going to be unclear. They only have 2 hours and 6 minutes to tell this story. So it's
I established rules of how the magic works. It's not just
what I'm sticking with is the first magic shown is the elder, or like real magic shown is the elder throwing the rock, and he's just using words. There's no wand needed there. Yeah. So it's not the wand that's given to Willow is like how to become a sorcerer. You don't need a wand.
Yeah, we knew that also with Bav Morda. She didn't need a wand either. But yeah, I mean, turning an inanimate object into a living creature.
We'll get to the implications of that fucking later on. Because I do think that's for me is where the magic starts to break down, is that rather than this. I don't have much of an issue with this because we don't understand much other than Bav Morda cursed her, and then that's enough for me to write it off because it's a softcore magic system.
So throwing stars. They have throwing stars. That's cool.
I got a note for this. I like the fact that they're archers, but they're not moving to kill the horses because they're explicitly told they need to bring in the child alive. So it's what allows our group of heroes the plot armor they need to actually escape the situation. Because they absolutely would have killed the horses if they and that would have obviously got them captured and everything. But that risks the child's life. So I actually kind of like
the card.
I kind of like that since that's explicitly stated, it gives them the plot armor for this chase sequence to happen. And it's a pretty decent chase sequence.
And I don't think that cart was designed to go that fast, which explains the wheels breaking.
And the jump that happened.
Well, the jump was it going over a tree log, right?
Yes. The horses jumped. The cart did not.
How it only broke the one wheel on each side and not all four of them.
Yeah.
Yes. The back wheels are the ones that broke.
There was one back one and one front one. It's a good thing it wasn't both of them.
Yeah.
I don't know if they couldn't redo the shot for any reason, but them running over that tree was not very good. Purely because the horse stepped on it and made it look not convincing at all. It looked like some sort of inflated device or stuffed tube.
Anything.
But when the wagon hits it, it looks fine. So, if I was them, I would have reshot it where the horse isn't stepping on the tree. But I don't know if they're
anything with-
limited on reasons for that.
Anything
Oh,
with
we also-
animals or like that.
Oh, it's a
is-
pain. Yeah.
So
We also lost Sir Malgeddus Wilhelm of the Chariot. He fell over at the end of the sequence.
Yep, first Wilhelm.
What, the first one?
Yes.
I just,
The only thing that annoyed me about this scene was Willow stopping the wagon.
I was fine with him stopping it if they were going to like run past them, but he stops like, "We got to get off of here. This is too dangerous of driving."
Exactly.
And
The
the
fact
chicken-
that he says all that
underground.
is what annoys me about it. Like him stopping it makes him stopping a fucking problem. Because they're still clearly being chased by someone nearby.
Yeah, that was dumb. Thought he was doing like an Iron Man with the fighter jets,
Oh yeah.
but that it's not what his
Hit
intention
the brakes,
was.
they fly right by, that sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did anyone notice the sword that the second soldier to get on the cart was wielding?
Serrated?
Nope.
He had a scimitar.
Scimitar?
Oh, yes, you're right.
It was a curved blade, which I just like in this fantasy film. All these other cultural weapons and armor used that aren't just standard medieval Renaissance that is commonly shown all the time.
Mhm.
The guy using that, I think it was like a bladed flail of some sort. That was
It was
a
just
cool
a
little
flail.
weapon to use.
Was
just
it a
flail?
bladed flail? Yeah, I
I
thought it was
it
just
was
a
bladed.
flail.
Twin flail, yeah.
Okay.
Either way, you don't see that too often. Flails, so nice to see it. An issue I did see, a minor one with like guess it would be set or props, I don't know. When they're getting off the wagon at the very end because the two wheels are gone, you can see modern day tires and wheels under in the back carriage while it's moving. So there's that.
I didn't catch that.
I missed that one. Yeah.
It's in the shadows, but if you look close, you can see it.
Let's
Huh.
see.
I guess that makes sense. So it's not dragging, and that the back beam of where the wheels gave out isn't actually in the ground.
Yeah.
It's a little above. So yeah, that I can believe it's there. Let's see.
Okay, when you
Rule
say,
is
I gotta ask, when you say Ice Village, is this the one where they escape to, or is this the one where they are
Escape to,
taken
after the
that's what I
prisoner?
mean.
Okay.
Where they re-meet Eric. That's what I mean.
Okay.
Eric, the frozen dong.
A detail I noticed when they catch or have Matt Mardigan and Willow dragging behind the cart. When they capture Matt Mardigan first, he's shirtless, and then he's in dark black clothes. So they actually gave him clothes when they're in the snow.
That's true. And I also want to point out that Mad Mordigan had scars on his back, and I wonder if they tortured him for information, even though they found them without him.
Oh yeah, it showed that he was whipped. That
And
is
he
a
didn't
nice
give
little
him
detail.
up. So you know what? Some characterization for Mad Mordigan. He's already warming up to them, heart of gold.
Even though the brownies call him a traitor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something I'll point out that I noticed that is an error, at least to me, when the guards or the soldiers follow after the cart leaves and they duck behind it, rolls, in the road and almost gets trampled. The sound effects in the background have the dogs barking, and there's no dogs present.
Yep. And also the dogs would have just turned and found them.
It's true.
That's true.
They would have sniffed them out.
Once again, we got some good banter between Shorsha and Mad Mordigan.
When he's captured, gets kicked in the face, or
both times. Cutting.
Just we'll cover it all.
what are you looking at? Your leg. I'd like to break it.
The way he says it.
Oh, I actually have a question in my notes. Do you think when when the brownies point out that the island is in the direction they need to go, and Mad Mardigan, goes, "Oh, that's the direction I'm going." Do you think that's played in being real, like, oh, it's a bummer, we're going the same way, or do you think it's played as like a joke
Well,
that Martin wants to stay with them?
I think he wanted to stay. I don't think he had plans to go anywhere.
I wrote it down as 50-50.
But he didn't want to admit.
Yeah, I wrote it down as 50-50. I thought he did that. I could see him. I could be convinced of him just being annoyed that the brownies are still there, much like Crimson would be. Or he would, you know, like, or he's starting to warm up to them and he's just putting on a show now. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Because
That's
then
what I
afterwards
got
he
off
says,
of
you're
it.
not heading south, are you? And they say, no, just to the island. Which makes it sound like Mad Mardigan has plans of heading somewhere afterwards.
The way I read that was he just did that to keep up the facade to look like he's not wanting to be with them still.
Okay.
I wrote it down as 50-50, but it could be interpreted either way, and it doesn't really hurt his character either way at this point.
Yeah.
In that case, it's a good line.
Yep.
It's a good scene then.
The part where the brownies are trying to unlock the cage that they're trapped in, we see Razel, whatever.
Finn
Razel.
Razel.
As the possum still before the transformation. And it happens also on the beach part, but it's not a problem, it's just an observation. But you can tell that they play and then rewind, play and rewind the animal so it's facing straight. It's pretty clean, but you can tell.
The mouth movement.
Well, like the animal's about to turn its head and it blinks and then it goes back looking straight and blinks and repeats the same thing because it's rewound.
Yep.
I think it works.
And
it's
fine.
This movie of everything else, of the blue screen that's apparent and the stop motion, I think it works well.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you were going to touch on when Razel says, "Transform me, Willow." She's in the cage.
Yeah.
With
I was a little
Mardigan and Willow.
I was a little annoyed with that.
Also, I wrote down when she bit Willow and said, "You needed blood." I went, "Oh, blood magic, great."
Well, she also brings up you need to focus and concentrate. And every time he's tried to transform her, she's like, "Willow, ow, oh, Willow, focus."
Yeah, she's talking all the time.
Shut up! I'm trying to concentrate.
I legitimately just assumed that was a running jag. But yes, it is a problem.
Especially the last time where it actually works.
Yes.
She sounds like she's dying. How can anyone concentrate with that?
Another little fun fact, backing up a little bit, a little fun fact I did read as well. I know I said only 9, but I found a ton. The black root that Mad Mardigan is chewing on is actually vanilla. It's a vanilla bean.
Oh, that's neat. I like that.
Something that tastes good.
We also get a comment of Mad Morgan saying he wants a sword again. If only I had a sword, and Willow says you should shut up about it. If only you quit talking about it.
Yeah.
Willow using the wand at the campfire.
Oh, and launching some stuff in the tree.
Yeah. I guess he's lucky.
Yeah.
Anything could have happened. Yeah.
Swish,
he has no idea what he casted.
Swish and flick. Just bam.
He could have turned himself into a possum. Who knows?
I like
he could have nuked the forest.
Wakes up after 20 seconds and just goes, "Oh well, you're up there. Okay, bye. Good night."
I was hoping that when daytime was going to happen, that he'd still be in the tree, but they didn't show that. Sinister, do you have something?
Sinister, yeah.
You've been mostly quiet.
Or any part up to Snow Village.
Yeah.
Or any part up to the Snow Village.
I like pixie dust stuff. That's stuff to cover.
I mean, I like the pixie. No, I don't really have much. This kind of was just kind of like okay.
Well, that's
all
fine.
the-
I mean, if you
yeah.
don't.
Didn't really have. No, I thought it was okay. I didn't really have. It was fine.
Otherwise, we can just get into pixie dust and probably the Steven Schiller for this act. It's just
Something I'll touch on that I wrote in my notes around this part is that during transition parts, it is different. They have diagonal swipe, top down swipe, bottom up, left to right. It is
Zoom
one,
in.
just swipe, but it's not the same over and over. And I like the variation to that.
Felt like
And there
a high school presentation.
Yeah, there was one earlier that's a circle open transition.
Yes.
But
is it a problem that the brownies track them and were able to catch up so quickly?
catch up
That
so
was
quickly,
something
yes.
I wrote as a problem. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless they use some other flying animal to get there or something. I don't
It's
think
not
they
shown,
would've
so we
made
can't
it.
assume that, unfortunately.
No. When they show up, they're walking.
Yes.
Yep.
They're there. So I think it's a problem how fast they got there.
Yeah.
Unless it's a time jump of knowing how long Willow and
I
Mad
mean,
Mardigan and everyone have been in cage.
This could.
They would not have set up camp for that long. They want the
No.
baby to get to the castle.
That's the thing. I think the camp was set up not necessarily around the baby. The camp was set up more. At least, actually, I assume the camp was. I'll get to this when we were reintroduced to Eric, but I actually think the camp is there for an entirely different reason.
It's already an outpost.
Yes,
Established.
it is a functioning temporary outpost because they're trying to hold the high ground against the what was Eric's army.
Well, it is saying, they've been going to villages, raiding here and there. So the next one is just that snow village.
Yes. So like they know that the remnants of the army is out here, so they're multitasking, both looking for the child and they're also there for a reason.
I can believe that.
So
They didn't make camp because of dragging Willow and Mad Mardigan up there. It was already there.
yes.
When I say set camp, I just mean like resting for a day to progress. Is what I was saying.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't mean to imply that you were thinking of anything else. Sorry, but I like it.
It was more towards the time required for the brownies to catch up. It's not like they stayed there for a week. It would
Yeah.
have been like a one night thing.
Yeah, possibly. I do think they would have set out, like, at least Sorsha would have set out with her soldiers with the baby in hand, and presumably Willow and Mad Mordigan back to Bav Morda the following day. If the brownies hadn't shown up, but I think General Kale would have stayed behind with his group because they're most of them are there for a functionally different purpose.
Yeah,
Um,
probably.
Yeah, possibly. Because Kale and Sorsha were both tasked with finding the baby.
Yeah,
So I
but you could
don't
still
know if he'd help
multitask.
escort
Yeah.
or
But
because
like-
that's kind of their primary objective right now.
Yeah, but like I said, I do think it's a multitasking thing because you can do both. Like General Kale would have sent soldiers with them and with insufficient numbers to keep them protected, but to keep enough in order to raid and make sure Eric's forces couldn't regroup and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so yeah, it takes a while for the brownies to get here. I do think it's quick like the rest
Way
of you.
too quick.
Way too quick.
Yeah.
It's
Yes.
problem.
So, touch on the love scene.
Mads gets hit with the love potion.
Which is Frangine's fault.
Which is Frangine's fault. I do think, what is it called? I guess Sorsha would keep Elora close at hand, so it makes sense that she would be the first woman that Mad Mordigan would see.
That's
So-
true. That's something I put in of how the love works with how it was shown first with Rule and the cat. Is it connected to the opposite sex, or is it connected to your element of attraction towards something?
Unclear, like most magic.
Okay. Because to
I
me,
saw
it's
it as love at first sight, which would be
If
an
it's the-
issue.
opposite sex,
Yeah.
and it wouldn't make sense that Mad Mardigan falls for Finn Rizal, which would be fine of Rule falling in love with a cat if being a female cat. If it's to attraction and that's why Matt Mardigan's not falling in love with the brownies or Willow or Finn Rizal as a crow, and until Sorsha, then that implies that Rule has something for cats.
I'll say
So
they
that's
didn't
how I
think
saw
about
it.
this.
Also,
No,
the
they
fact
didn't.
that Rule has
It's
a mouse head on top.
This magic is clearly here to facilitate this with Sorsha. It's what the whole point of it being in the story is.
Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be like a funny gag that also has some point
Yeah.
to it.
Brings you about to bring up the mouse head, which I also wrote down. Go ahead.
Well, Rule has a mouse on his head and falls in love with a cat.
He also has.
Oh, you know what? That's
rat
actually might be a very subtle, fair point that you just made. I mean, aside from mouse being the only things that the fur skins that they could actually wear for brownies, but the fact that they both hunt mice might be a point of attraction. That's fair.
So when it came to love, I didn't know if it fell under the attraction or the other way, of the opposite sex.
The
I
answer is,
just
if you're
think it's
asking the
inconsistent.
If I have
You're
to pick
asking the
one,
question,
it's
you might be
probably going to
disappointed.
be attraction. But they clearly didn't think much about it.
Yeah, they had their one goal and a joke, and they did not mesh. Sorry.
I mean, it worked.
Because Rule wanted it for the lady he saw at the tavern, and when he got it, first thing he saw was the cat. He didn't turn around and look at the lady.
Yeah, and that would kind of shoot down the attraction thing, I guess.
Unless Rule's attracted to cats.
But we know he's attracted to the lady.
I mean, he is. That's why I'm saying, is it the first attraction thing? That's why Mad Mardigan isn't attracted to Willow, brownies, or Rizal.
It makes no offense. All right.
Okay.
I'll leave it at that. I can't help.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say it makes no sense. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. It's clearly here to facilitate Sorsa and Mad Mordigan's budding romance.
Also, I'm going to guess by the way they're acting and totally fine. Brownies don't get cold because they're
they are wearing
knee-deep in
furs, but
snow,
yeah, probably.
and they're like pretty much showing a lot of skin, and they're
They
not
could
shivering or
be
complaining.
like frogs. They can tolerate the cold. Maybe they hibernate. I don't know.
It's possible. I just saw it as they don't get cold.
But the important
Being
thing
brownies
here,
and fictional beings, I don't know how they operate.
the important thing for me here is Mad Mordigan finally gets a sword.
Yeah, and as
You
soon as
are
he
the greatest
falls on his
swordsman.
ass, it was funny.
Well, no. First off, he
Not
he
immediately.
kills like 4 people first,
Yeah,
then he falls on his ass while he's trying to look cool.
Yeah.
And I literally wrote like, I get that. I have done that before. I have been cool, then tried to act cool and fell flat on my face.
With that, I do like the detail that there's actually blood on the sword. It's not, spraying blood when he's stabbing people or slicing them, but when it's
It's gotta
just
keep
showing the
PG.
sword in his hand, there's blood on it.
Yeah, it's got to keep it PG, but it is nice, little touch.
Writer.
Yes.
With the Sorsha and Mad Mordigan stuff in the tent, do you think she got a contact high, and that's why she so easily fell for him? She came in contact with the dust that was on him, and
I think it's. I
it
thought it was
could
just.
be.
that's my only workaround. They don't represent that in any way. I think that's the.
It
the way
could
they
be,
could've done it.
but like I said, the whole thing about her not really having any positivity in her life is the main reason why this relationship almost works.
Yeah. think
If
if
it's
you're- if
the
you're
contact
starved
high
from
would be
that-
the contact high would be the quick fix, but if that were true, they would have clearly shown the golden dust again.
Yeah. What were you saying, sister?
Oh, it already got out there. It's okay.
I don't know if she just has because Crimson, you believe she has no inner feelings towards Mad Mardigan.
I never said that.
Oh,
No, I did not say
I
that.
just really, really hinted at that, like really heavily. I mean, like said it without saying it, but said it.
Do we
No,
want to?
I mean, it just seems incredibly quick where you have a prisoner who broke out of their cell, and you wake up to them going on top of you, going in
and doing nothing but spouting poetry at you and proclaiming their love for you.
The normal person thing is, this is a bad situation. And she puts a knife to him, and then they're about to kiss. It's not natural feeling, which is why I was hoping it would be more like a contact high. Obviously, it's not, because they would have represented it. Because otherwise, this realistically doesn't make sense for anyone.
So she does hold the knife to his throat, and they kind of have a push and pull thing back across the room. So it's not instantly they're about to kiss, though. I'm assuming
if they didn't get interrupted, it would have happened.
Oh, absolutely. Well, they did kiss actually underneath the tent collapsing, but
true.
What I think with this is, she was actually asleep the first instance Madame Mardigan gets close, until gets turned around, gets off the bed, and then 180s. When he 180s, I think is when she woke up, and she hears someone in the tent and remains quiet to figure it out, because that way he didn't get as close the second time when she pulls the dagger.
Yeah, I do think that's what has to happen, because in order for him to have gotten that close initially. So
but her feelings towards him definitely are a lot longer to figure out, because she just kind of looks at him like here and there, like turns back when he comes out of the tent, looks at him, and then when she's escaping later on horse, like running away, she turns around and looks at him. But Matt Mardigan continually just like calls her beautiful.
The first thing he says to her is, "Wow, you're so beautiful."
Yeah, and then jokes that he hates her, and then is confused if he loves her or not. Like, he shows a lot more interest in her than she does for him.
Yeah, I will say her acting portrayal to me is at best conflicted and confused. For most of the escape scene, when she steps out of the tent and she's watching them get away. I will say that this will get into my rant about Sorsha towards the end, because I do think there's a lot of potential in this character that I don't think they pay off as well as they could have. And one of the things here is, it's easily set up that she doesn't have a great life that she's currently living, and there's not really much positivity going on. Her mother just demeans her constantly in what few scenes that they've had together. So there is a foundation here for her to be more open to someone who is spouting poetry and professing nonstop their love for her, just because she's never experienced that before. I don't think that, unfortunately, there's enough literally written in the script for that to be supported, but I understand that. I think that's part of the intention of what they are trying to accomplish. So it will blend into why I think Sorsha is almost a great character. And I'll talk more about that, I guess, at the end. So
almost great, so good.
Almost.
Oh, almost good.
No, almost great. Now, I will label her as a good character, because you get enough out of her where she clearly has a lot of on-screen banter with another one of our main characters, and that's enough to imply things. And like I said, they do some things with her. Like, of course, she's going to go up and confront her mother at the end and stuff like that. Again, that doesn't pay off very well, but there is a foundation for her. I just want them. I just wish there was more to that foundation in order to better support what they're going for.
Okie dokie. Anyone else with anything of the Sorsha and her goons and soldiers before the sledding?
I guess with Sorsha, she also seems to have a thing for trash talkers. Her interactions with Madame Mordigan before the whole tent stuff, at least with the actress's portrayal, seemed like she was into him already. Anyways, to me, like when she kicked him during the horse stuff and told him to take off his skirt, and he rebutted.
He's she just lost your skirt, and he says, you still got what counts. So yeah, there's
Yeah,
already, like I said, the
and
flirty bouncer is
she
already
liked
there.
it.
Long.
Yeah.
And then the breaking leg thing, she seemed to smile and like that as well. So I guess that's to further my point where I don't think there's nothing there. As Sprinks thought I was
Yeah.
interpreting.
Yeah, like I don't. Like I said,
Obviously
they,
trying something there.
yeah, they do
Gotcha.
have the
Trying
they do have the flirty repertoire, which really does help what is to come. But whether it's enough, I guess we'll discuss.
But other than that, I'm done with the act.
Done. We're just done with the whole. We gotta.
I'm done with it.
Uh,
We got
I
two left.
I am also done. I think. Other than the sledding scene specifically.
Well, sledding leads up to the Snow Village.
Yeah.
Sinister, you got anything?
Huh? I got nothing.
Okay. I'll go with the sledding of very easily you can tell it's the mannequin and stunt double in some of the shots.
Yeah. And you can also
Yeah.
very easily tell it's Ron
dangerous.
Howard because he directed The Grinch.
It's
Oh,
good
I thought
cover
you were
with
saying
like,
that Ron Howard was in the movie. I was like, why does
Oh,
him
he was
looking at Grinch mean he's in the movie?
Why is he the stunt double for the sledding scene? What?
I mean, he loves sledding scenes. Haven't you seen The Grinch?
Why did he use his head as the sled? I don't understand.
I don't remember a sledding scene in Apollo 13.
It was in
I
the
don't remember
movie.
Apollo 13.
no
You
one
didn't see
remembers
the
Apollo
movie,
13.
jackass.
Moving on.
It's good angles though of covering of side angles, and especially Matt Morgan having longer hair to cover, the sides of his face. And the farther away shots give more to the landscape, which is nice because so far the landscape shots have only really been given in establishing setting of at the beginning before showing where we are, and trekking, I guess, where Burglecut and the other Elwins went to Crossroads. So here on the mountain, I like that it shows the shots of the mountain and how kind of shows you an actual distance, which geography we said was a problem, but an actual distance of how far away the outpost is that they were in to the Snow Village, and it's not just kind of like close-ups of their face, like and snow in their face until they get there.
Mm-hmm.
And I like the part where they're sledding in between two giant chunks of ice. Looks really good.
Yeah, I agree.
Giant chunks of ice.
And after the praise, go to the other part where the brownies again. They get to them.
Where'd
everybody
go?
Well, I'm just saying they don't.
Is that a brownie? Oh, where'd everybody go?
It's Crimson's impression of a brownie.
They got high pitched voice. I can't high pitch.
Come on, do it.
How
Where'd
they get
everybody
to,
go? There you go.
how they get from the outpost down again. It's just the traversal of brownies, and it's not really touched on. They just arrive.
Yeah.
Do the brownies show up in the Snow Village? I don't remember them being there.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
No, when they're in it.
Okay, because the brownies are pretty much gone until the end of the Tarazmali siege.
Which was wonderful.
Yes, it does help maintain the seriousness of the battle, and even though it has its own little quirks and jokes. But yeah, like presumably they just saddled up with Eric's group. Like they found them preparing to head out, and they just tagged along with them. So there was clearly some time between them, which I think is better than them just appearing.
Oh, no, that you're right. That works. Okay.
They could have also jumped on one of the horses that General, whatever his name was, General Kale and his troops came down on.
When they were raiding.
Could have hitched a ride, maybe.
Potentially. Or they sledded down in their own way.
Or that. Could have rode on a helmet or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But the fact that General Kale and his troops got there as fast as they did was kind of an issue I had. Considering how fast that sled was going, there was not much time between them arriving in the village and then General Kale arriving at the village.
General Kale sets off on horseback really quickly. I'm more okay with that because they had a sense. Even if they lost sight of the sled, they would still have a direction, and they are on horseback. My issue is that Sorsa is fucking armored the fuck up and is there with him like immediately.
Oh, best I have.
She did a Wonder Woman and spun. her out.
pretty much. That's the only thing I have. It's like, wow, you got in your armor quick.
Best I have of the difference of how long it took the General Kale and soldiers to get down versus the sledding is the sledding was a direct, shot straight down the mountain, which I think General Kale actually took a path where there's parts, they can't take horseback on
Yeah.
as a sledding took.
So they said they could get down quickly. So
Yeah.
I don't know if I have an issue with how fast they showed up, but I think
Kale had to take line A and B as Willow and Manmardigan went down the hypotenuse.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
It was more that the sled going down is faster than horses going that direction down a hill.
Well, his horse would go down
or down a mountain.
legs, so it's
fine. I mean,
Also-
I've played Red Dead 2, and horses don't do well on mountains. So
I think we could
That's all
all
I'm
attest to that
saying.
experience. How's Disney Sprinks?
Not to touch on at the moment. We're good.
his horse's
Connect-
name is Disney, audience.
Hey, there's a horse called Eric in Red Dead, and there's an Eric in this movie. So anyway, back to Willow. Something I'll touch on before going to the next act that I have left is there is better slow-mo in this sled part than there is in Left Behind.
That is true. That is very true.
It's true.
yeah.
There's only like 20 plus years split between them.
Yeah.
Man, a lot of talent was lost somewhere in there.
So being that I can't go back and talk about Left Behind and make it worse sounding on the fact of that, I'll just make Willow sound better because of it.
Yeah, that's
There you
fair.
go.
Okay.
And that's all I have for that act. And it sounds like everyone else was wrapped up on that one.
Yep. Well, I'm.
Oh.
Okay, never mind.
Go on.
We're not the
Okay.
village yet.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
All right, we're at
Nice.
the village now. And the Snow Village
when
to the end
when
of
will-
the Tierra Sleen battle.
When will then be now?
Right now.
Soon. And I think let's go with Sinister to start us off.
Because they're in the Snow Village.
Yeah.
Yes, or any point, in between.
Okay.
Snow Village to the end of the battle at
Tierra
Tierra Sleen.
It's a little weird to me that they go to this, or they end up at the Snow Village. Just happens to have like all of the soldiers left from the battle that they were all going to, and I have to pin that down to bad geography setup.
Yeah. Like I said,
We don't-
geography is the one thing I don't understand about the world building here.
Yeah, don't know how they all got here. Don't know how that doesn't seem to be a problem.
Like I said,
Okay.
I can infer that Eric's army was trying to pass over the mountain, and General Kale was there to stop him and ambush them and slaughter them, as he says.
Mhm.
That's why they have a fixed outpost, quote unquote, here to do double duty, while also looking for the child, because they had to fight a battle against Eric's army trying to go uphill. And then they were scattered. So
Yes.
Kind of with you, Sinister, though. I feel it's convenient. They,
Yeah.
out of anywhere in the realm, this is where they're at,
yep.
and where the outpost has to be.
And I think it
Or
would be. I think it would be fixed if we knew where the geography was. So like we knew that where they were explicitly going to fight. Like they could have just mentioned we're going to like the mountains, and I think them being here would have been enough. But they didn't say that earlier on.
Listen, we can't all have J.R.R. Tolkien draw out a very nice map at the beginning of our books to use for future reference.
It didn't even have to be at the beginning. If the end credits, because it started panning away of the Elwyn village, if it showed, just went to a map at the end of the film,
Would be
I think
weird.
that could still work.
I would. I think I
That
would
should've
have
been
preferred it
there.
at the beginning. I think the ending would have been.
Uh,
would've been like- Yeah.
During the
it would've been
village with the sorcerer guy, whose name escapes me already, High Alwyn.
Yeah.
When they're like, we need to go on an adventure to the crossroads. They could have
Oh, you
popped a
elf.
map on the ground and looked at it. That would have been a good spot to put it.
He would have said, "Now follow this map," and they would have been like,
Take
"It's
good
upside
care
down."
of it.
And he would have been like, "Oh, don't follow this map." It's,
I guess
there's a way they could have done geography in this, but I think at the end of the day, they just didn't. They just didn't. And that's sad.
that's true. They didn't. I'll bring up the castle then.
Which one?
I like how it looks.
Terra's
The,
There
yeah,
you go.
Tira's Lane. It looks really good. I think they did a great job with that, and with the frozen people. Frozen
Were
people
they
look really
frozen or were
good.
they webbed? I thought they were webbed at first, but they might have been.
They were
I like how
ca-
they're just in blue ice.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're in sort of crystal or ice, and
I put down cocoons or ice, so you know.
Your way.
all looked nice. With the amount of dust that was in the armory, it's been this way for quite a while. Don't know how long.
Quite a while.
Once again, time. Not that it's necessarily relevant here, but it would
Yeah.
still be nice to know.
Well, the relevancy of it here is that if this had been in effect for a while, then they would not have. Willow would not have been given the mission to go to Terrasley because someone else in the world would have heard about it.
Well, it all seems like, again,
Because
it's all meant to happen. So they knew, or it wasn't. They weren't supposed to find an actual like army there.
yeah, well, as we find out, Mads Morgan does a pretty good job all by himself. So,
Yeah, he's a one man army.
and he does use attrition tactics, so it's not like he isn't being like stupidly heroic, except for that one part where he just swings his sword and the dragon's coming, or the beast or whatever is coming up behind him, and everyone runs out. That was the only time I thought he was blatantly stupid in the fight. Everything else, he's pretty intelligent.
Yeah, I agree. What was I gonna touch on? I don't know if it's a sound effect or part of the music, and I might be the only one who heard it, but I went back and like heard it like 3 times. When General Kale and his soldiers are riding into the snow village, there's a noise that sounds like a droid beep.
I
did not catch that.
Nope.
Okay. It wasn't like a full-on like R2D2 communicating thing, but there was like a Star Wars droid beep, and I couldn't tell if it was a sound effect used for some reason or if it was in part of the music. But it
So
was
is it
just
Rizal crowing or anything?
no. I mean, it could have been if it's for like far off, you know, in the village, but it's just showing the soldiers and Kale entering.
I don't know. Didn't catch that.
You might have been losing your mind there for a second. We don't
I
know.
well, I went back and listened to it like 3 times in a row, but
So you
I went
so
back-
you know
I made
so
my
you either
ringtone.
proven you were insane 3 times in a row, or you actually heard something.
you know what? Right, I'll go with that. I proved to myself 3 times in a row that I went insane.
I don't know. I wouldn't deny it. It's probably something that happened. This is after Star Wars, so I definitely they used the fucking classic Indiana Jones punch sound effect from Mads Morgan here a few times. So
Oh yeah, they used the punch effect a lot. Well, was that just Skywalker sound probably
ILM.
used for sound effect?
ILM and Skywalker Studios are kind of not really,
One
but
is
they are
now
one of the same
separate.
things. Yeah.
One is now
Okay.
definitely separate. The other one is
Well, in the facts, ILM, this was their first feature film.
Good for them.
yes, officially being Island.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because I don't think James Horner and John Williams communicated on score.
No.
It's interesting though because they do sound similar. It does sound like John Williams kind of stuff, but also enough that it does. It's not.
There's not as many horns.
Well, yeah, because it's James Horner. He always goes the opposite way.
He doesn't cater to his name.
Yeah, exactly. It's like if they hear my name, they expect a lot of horns, and
No horns.
no horns.
We'll have bagpipes and flutes.
It's a woodwind.
Uh,
But yeah.
Point out a
There's one.
funny joke that's only relevant
Ah!
to today. A soldier gets junkratted
oh
Yeah,
yeah, he
that is
got
funny.
the rat
in the
trap.
battle. Yeah, he gets a foot in a rat trap, and I'm like, that's
Bear
funny.
trap. Sorry. But yes, that was good.
And then he goes
Um,
and then dies.
do I have anything before the battle? Because I guess I have a few notes for the battle, but I want to see if I had anything before that.
I have a question for you from before the battle.
Okay.
Win battle.
No, in the village when Sorsha found the door for the basement area.
Oh, I'm just gonna
The
label this
hideout.
as super fucking convenient and lucky that she was the one.
Convenient, but the question, since you're the more of the tactician guy, how's the appropriate way to approach a place where you are imagining people are hiding out with
Oh.
potential weapons?
Oh, the first thing you do is signal your men to join you.
Oh, that's a good idea.
I mean,
Is there anything else?
the best that we got, by the way, I should point out, is that there are soldiers that come in behind her.
Mhm.
So like we at least we know her men are following her, which is one thing. I guess they half did, but she doesn't. The way it's shot, it looks like she's the only one going down the stairs, and that does not help the film at all.
Do you send your goons? Do you rip up the floor panels so you don't get funneled down a staircase? I feel like this
well, I
isn't
mean,
smart.
you know what I would do. If I then again, never
Shout
mind.
at them.
Yeah, I'd probably threaten them first.
Get out of there, or we're gonna throw a fire.
Oh
thing
yeah,
in there,
I would,
lantern in
I
there.
would, I wouldn't threaten fire, but I would definitely threaten scalding oil. Because
feel like
scalding
she
oil
picked
is
the
less.
worst option.
Yes, I agree. So lucky and convenient this happens at all. And if it wasn't, because if it's not Sorsha, if it's just some rando, I'm pretty sure Sorsha's just going to order them to attack.
Yeah, I don't think Matt Mardigan would have taken a random guard hostage. I don't think that
Not
would have
likely.
played out the same.
He killed some guys up on top of the mountain. I'm sure he's fine with killing them down there.
Yep.
Matt Mardigan as a giant snowball cylinder thing was kind of amusing.
That was funny. Yeah.
Now do your thing. Poke a hole in it. Come on, man.
Let's see.
I won't.
No, you're gonna let that? Okay.
I am-
He
I don't think
probably
it was
broke bones on the way
Well,
down.
there's
the
no way
mountain.
it wouldn't be a.
I got
So
my notes
small.
for I guess since my favorite character Eric is back. Again,
Eric the
he
Fearless.
in a few short lines of dialogue, he catches us up with the state of the world. His army was slaughtered, ambushed, however means we can derive. Either way, Bav Morda got the better of his group, so they're now in hiding to the best of their ability, and their army is, for the moment, scattered. So what they have here in the village is presumably not everyone that shows up at Terrace later, but it is a significant faction. Because if you are going to be a good retreating army, you're going to break yourself up into groups to plan to regroup. So, something small. And then we learn in this scene as well that Mad Mordigan has finally found a cause for himself, at least for the moment, and it actually impresses Eric a little bit.
Yeah, that was a good moment.
And then Eric vows to help them escape, pretty much. In his own way. It's like
Oh,
That's
he does
true.
a good job.
Ambush.
oh yeah. He sets up his counter ambush once Mad Mordigan has all their attention.
I like
one,
that. I like two things of sorry, Sensor.
No, you go. You start before me.
Okay. I like that Willow doesn't ask for help to get on the horse. He gets himself up.
Yep.
Because, later in the film, he's actually on a pony to get back home. And then, secondly, when Sorsha, she doesn't remain quiet the whole time. She actually calls out for help. Now, she should have said it probably inside. to pin them so they're not already on horseback.
Yeah, so they couldn't get out of the building. Yeah. Yeah. That would be the smart thing to do, but you have to give caveat that people do forget basic things when their life is under threat.
That is true. And as soon as they turn around, the soldiers immediately pick up their weapons. They don't just watch them go away, kind of thing.
And while they're thoroughly distracted and preparing to pursue, that's when Eric strikes intelligently at the best moment.
Yeah. And he has throwing daggers, another instrument of weaponry that's just cool to be used.
Yep. God, we're almost there. I can't wait to talk about the final act of this movie, riddled with problems that it is. It's just I can't wait to talk about it. And then that's pretty much it for me. Sorsha and Mad Morgan obviously separate. With after a lot more banter, she's kind of poking fun at him that while the spell is half wearing off, he still has some lingering feelings toward her.
Yeah, they're in the ravine or not ravine, but the rock structure to me that looks like they're looking for the third Colossus.
Yeah.
All right. Is that the goat one?
Okay.
That's the one with the giant newspaper arm that whacks you.
Oh, I also should, for the sake of some consistency, I should point out that Eric and his soldiers are very good at digging holes.
Yeah.
Oh, for later in the part?
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not going to take away from the problems that I have with it, but I should point it out that
when they got to the Snow Village, that basement wasn't there. They built that.
Oh.
No, that's not what I'm saying. But like I said, I actually believe that maybe when they settled in this village, they did group up and actually build it themselves. Like that wouldn't surprise me. Most armies are very impressively good at digging and building structures. You'd be fucking surprised. So it is something to note, as it's not a problem. It's not one of the problems that happens later on, but it's a nice thing that they try to use to be clever, that is used wrong.
Gotcha.
All right, back to the castle. So when we see a troll for the first time crawling under the bridge following Willow, I wrote monkey, and then they say troll, and I paused and just pondered. Interesting troll.
Yeah,
and then
it's definitely
it's
very differently from every fantasy troll that we've seen.
Yeah, Crimson, what was your thought of what the troll would be? Like, what did you picture?
It was the bathroom troll from Harry Potter. That's what I'm gonna go.
Shoot, what? Not kind of like a Harry Potter goblin, but with like green skin and skinnier.
Interesting.
I guess that's kind of
just
what I would picture.
A classic goblin. Okay.
Yeah. So we have two. Okay, so there's bathroom troll. There's Crimson's goblin, basically goblin, and what we got in the movie.
Okay.
Which is a Grinch that went through a furnace.
Yes. That's what it looks like.
It's a Freddy Krueger. It's a Freddy Krueger Grinch. I will say though, that scene where it's like crawling underneath the rope bridge while he's crossing over to the tower is creepy, and the face of it is still creepy.
It makes him really spider-like.
I do like that when Mads goes to the armory, he looks like a fucking kid on Christmas.
Oh yeah.
He finally gets all the weapons he wants.
And he clearly watched Home Alone.
Yep.
Set up a lot of traps.
I mean, you do if you're by yourself, you do what you fucking have to. But I do like that.
Just assume that there was enough time to do that, but
I mean, he barely had
no
enough
time
to
frame.
Door.
We have no idea.
We have no time frame. It could have been hours. It could have been minutes. We really fucking don't know. But
what we do know is General Kale meets up with Sorsha in that rock area.
Yes.
beforehand.
Yeah.
As she's retreating, and this is where I wrote down that whoever she is paying to keep her helmet on hand needs to get a raise. Because she gets her helmet back.
No, she just stole someone else's helmet.
Her mom is magical. Maybe she's got some magic. Right?
She has a bag of holding, and all it is helmets because she fucking she knows she loses them. But all right. So some praise here. Immediately after the gate is closed, we see some very very quick organizing on the half of the bad guys. They literally go out, find a tree, cut it down, and turn it into a battering ram.
Yeah,
It's
like
actually really
That's
nice.
really cool. What's also not nice is the first shot they have is only one guy with an axe, and when the tree's falling over, there's two guys with axes. But when one's chopping, the other one's not doing anything. So they're not alternating wax to be more efficient.
Oh, you mean like? Well, you need to be ambidextrous to do that properly. Otherwise, it's one person at a time to be more efficient. So like the other person's resting while the other person's going at the job. And she did order it to be cut down faster in between cuts, so that's why we get a second guy with the axe after that. So like I said, I think it's very, very quick, efficient medieval work that I like to see. They just, all right, they're locked out of the castle. They know there's not an army. They just immediately just make sure General Kills sends Sorsha off and her men to go get a battering ram. And I don't actually, I can imagine while she was doing that, he probably took his men and actually circled the castle to make sure there was no other way out. I mean, that's what I would
probably.
do. And I'm at this point, because of the quick tactics and usually how good they've been with that, I'm willing to believe that they happened off screen. So that is totally 100% me writing for them.
Why not?
Yeah. We are shown that they're very efficient with their medieval tactics. So yes, trap building. My favorite gag in the whole film is Mad Mordigan and the bad guy standing outside facing the dragon for a second, and they just look at each other for a minute.
Oh, and chase him back in.
Yes.
Yeah, that is a good scene. I like that.
It is probably my favorite gag of the movie, where Mad's like, "Ha, they're all cowards." Turns around, oh, then he runs out to join them.
I like that.
It's like a Looney Tunes gag or something.
I had in my notes that I thought it was only the goat that Rizal turned into that was helpful because it pushed someone off a ledge, but also when Crow just covered up Elora's crying. So everything that Willow has been turning her into has been useful so far.
In some form or fashion.
Yeah.
Except for the ostrich and all the other things she transformed in the tin.
Yeah.
Well, that's all in one go. I don't think that was.
They didn't have enough time to make it all useful,
No, it would have been awesome to see the attack on the Queen's Castle with a tiger going around.
So I guess dragon, since you guys said it's a dragon, I just wrote giant troll thing.
I wrote down beast in my notes, but as Springs, you said that they refer to it as a dragon?
They do. Which, at the beginning they're talking about, what was it, Willow's son talks about, are you afraid of all the things out there? And he says dragon then. But, so that shows like dragon's something in myth and lore in the world, but the depiction of what's shown in the film is a really weird looking dragon. It's titled as a dragon, yeah. Or a two-headed dragon.
The effects used on it was pretty good.
Dated, but good.
The effects to turn the troll into the dragon,
was
that's some scary stuff.
Yeah, I do remember that because that did scare me as a child.
Yeah, I could kind of see that.
Is it lucky that he made the troll into a dragon to combat the army? Instead of it just dying or something.
So far he's been using the wand to transform things.
Yeah,
so I think it would have transformed into something.
Yeah, like I said, I think it's half luck and half Willow still doesn't have a grasp on it. So it helps move the plot.
And
It's a tool.
Transforming is not the only thing we've seen Sprinks. When he launched himself into the tree as well.
Yeah.
Was that use of a spell, or was that use of just playing with the wand?
He was mumbling.
I don't know.
like
Since
mumbo
we
jumbo
can do
looking, right?
magic in our heads and stuff, it's not
Don't
consistent.
start now. Come on, man.
I'm
I'm just
sorry,
showing
but he brought
from
it up.
Willow using the wand is what I mean.
At the campfire, he did say something.
Okay.
So
Okay, interesting.
There's that.
Because when he transformed the troll, he didn't say anything. So.
Yeah.
Also, a lot of Kale's lines are just get him after
Yeah.
them.
Oh yeah.
Now
Kale's
you
not too much of
die.
a character. Yeah.
Kale's
He's
a mini boss. That's what he is.
Yeah.
He's a caricature, right?
Yep.
He fulfills his
Serviceable.
purpose. Smart general guy who's good at fighting.
I mean, in the group of
That's all he
soldiers
needs to be.
with his helmet, you can tell he's one of the leaders.
Yeah.
And he's
Mad
loyal
Mardi-
to Queen.
Yeah, Mad Mardigan, pretty good at fighting. I think for 80s fighting, this is pretty decent for choreography.
No.
Yeah.
You don't think so?
Some of it, like in the earlier parts of the movie, it was decent, but this whole later stuff is kind of pretty sloppy.
I thought the inverse. I
Nah,
thought this stuff looked better than the previous.
Yeah, I'm on Crimson's side with this one. Sinister.
I think the thing that helped this look good is how quick it went to scenes. It wasn't like a whole sword fight area or a tracking shot of someone going across like the whole grounds of the castle. It was like
it's just cutting to him laying ambushes and then moving.
to General Campbell, to the dragon, just
Oh,
back
sorry,
and forth.
no. I was talking about the battle after this.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the one at the Queen's Castle.
This one isn't. I still think the earlier ones I liked are not quite.
I do think
early-
the worst set of choreography happens at the Queen's Castle, but
Yes.
it has nothing to do with Mad Mordigan.
Yeah, no. I was just saying, like in general, that's stuff's kind of sloppy.
Gotcha.
It's okay.
Being that Crimson's the biggest fan here of it that I think of, Crimson, how did you feel about the mummy scream that Mad Mardigan did to the troll?
I didn't know what you were talking about
That's
first.
funny.
Yeah, it was good.
Since this was 11 years before the mummy.
Yes, Mummy stole it from this, technically.
Yeah. Your favorite thing was created by Val Kilmer. How do you feel?
Well, we're also assuming this was the first instance of that being in anything.
Well, until we find it earlier. Who knows?
Yeah.
It might show up in one of our future seasons.
That's true.
Maybe. But yeah, I also noticed that as kind of a mummy type thing. Good.
I like the little details with the troll and Willow here at this part, because Willow drops an acorn and it turns the wood, the one wood plank, into stone. So I like how quick it is because it shows you the acorns work.
I must have been writing notes. I totally missed that.
That is a thing. As it does set up, that they work. Yeah.
And then another part is when Willow's hanging from the troll's leg and the dragon goes to eat the troll. The last part of Willow shows him grabbing the log underneath the bridge so he doesn't just disappear.
I was like, first, but I was like, how did he get there? And I was like, why didn't he fall into the mouth of the dragon? That explains that part, at least.
Let's see. I do like. I think I already touched on Mad Mordigan's kind of like hit and run tactics because he knows he's pretty much by himself here. And I like that General Kale recognizes that Mad Mordigan is a threat. They have to focus on the dragon to some degree as well.
I like a shot that occurs is when Mad Mardigan climbs up to like go towards Willow, and he looks over and he's alarmed at what he's seeing because he sees a troll climbing down going to Willow, which is the one and only shot of showing what he's looking at. of the danger Willow's in, the dragon's also in frame and turns its head and breathes fire towards the camera. And to some, I like that because it's a movement shot to show offset, because your eye is targeting to what Mad Mardigan is looking at, which is Willow in danger and not the dragon.
Mm-hmm. I do have. Actually, I skipped something. I like that Mad Mordigan loaded 5 crossbows for the start of the battle, because he understands that crossbows take a long time to fucking load.
Yeah.
He prepped, and then he just went through them and cycled through them until he was out. I like that.
He prepped the shit. Yeah.
I don't think the catapult he used to launch to Willow was that effective, though.
I mean, it was really effective. He got there.
It got him there, yeah.
It got him there, but it looked like it had a lot more momentum.
Oh, if he had actually been launched, yeah, he would have died.
He would have died. Yes.
if he was if the actual catapult, he probably weighs less than what they put in there.
It would actually.
The amount of force those things used to whip the object forward is pretty high.
Yeah, it kind of depends on what type of catapult it is, because there are catapults that are designed to throw small
Yeah, trebuchet.
Yes, but they're also designed. There are catapults also designed to throw small stones as well. So depending on the weight caliber it's set, because there are different weight sets you can do for your catapult. Use for your catapult. Obviously, it's more cinematic to go with the giant fucking boulders that knock shit walls over and stuff like that. But there is different sets for the catapult, so it is. He could get away with it, is all I'm saying. It's plausible. Whether Willow knew what he was intending and just predicted it, that's where the problem lies.
I don't doubt he could have done it. However, he would have had to done something more than just jump on it and then cut the rope.
Oh, that's what you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, no, I was just breezing by it.
Yeah.
If we were talking about it, I'll talk.
Mad Mardigan closes the dragon's head with a sword.
Yep.
Locks it in place.
Boom.
Yeah.
Get out the way.
It eventually blows up. He's on the ground, and Sorsha picks him up and gives him a little smooch.
Yeah, and she has
And
been
sort of
watching him
a
the whole
little
time,
smooch.
and slowly being enamored by the guy fighting off 50 people by himself.
What a man.
He was the greatest swordsman who ever lived. I mean,
Yeah, he's living up to his reputation. It is not, in fact, bragging.
what, you think Sorcerer was going to go with General Kale? Yuck.
I don't think there's a soul on this earth that would think that.
Who knows? We haven't seen the Willow movie. We don't know the outcome.
The show.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean the show.
Do I have anything else?
I do
General
not.
Kale
For
takes the
this-
baby and
Oh
takes off.
yeah, Willow's dead. I forgot about that. Very important note.
He fights 2 guys
We're-
downstairs and then
we're-
gets overwhelmed by one of them.
Okay, so the problem with this scene is
I
that
know.
we see there's 2 of them.
Push them downstairs.
Yeah, again, they could have rolled down the whole tower of stairs, and maybe that's why the second one is so fucking out of it when they get to the bottom. But General Kale is there, and he literally looks down at Willow. Willow's dead, because Willow's the only thing standing in General Kale's way. So very lucky he's alive.
That is true. All I can
Almost.
think of is when Willow went down the stairs and looked up at General Kale, he didn't have any blood or anything.
Yeah, so,
So-
I have to assume General Kale is the reason for that blood.
Yeah, he's the one who injured Willow. And what I can think of is he took the butt end, of the hilt of his sword and just bashed it over Willow's head. That's my thought, because he has his sword in hand on
Okay,
horseback,
So the only
which
thing,
is also
the only
the way
issue,
he rode the horse into the armory. But
yeah. But there's no reason for Kale to have spared Willow. And Kale is someone who likes killing. If you don't get that by his
pretty
costume,
proficient in it.
yeah. So Willow unfortunately died here. This is heavy plot armor for the fact that he's still alive.
Yeah, I guess once again I was writing in my notes. I did not see Kale and Willow with each other, so yeah, that would have been a issue I wrote down for sure.
You gotta take better care with your notes.
Well, it was getting late, and I was not
Listen, you gotta
pausing as
pause.
much.
You gotta
I wasn't
pause it when
pausing
you're
as
writing.
much. I was getting tired.
That's
The
fair.
movie was going. I was sleepy.
All right, but that's all I got for this act.
But thankfully, the brownies arrive with help. with the
Yes,
main.
the brownies brought the help.
Yeah. Sorry.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you're right. No. Let me give credit to my favorite character, Eric, who
Eric was all like, "Yo,
was like, well, if
Start
Mads
some
is
shit,
gonna go on
man.
a suicide mission, fuck it.
That'd be a really weird movie if Eric just arrived and went, "Yo, I'm here."
I'm here. Let's fight some steers."
Yeah. So Eric arrives. Kale leaves what cavalry he has left in a countercharge.
Oh yeah, no mercy, and just starts slashing him down with
Yeah.
baby in hand.
Pretty much, and then he gets through to the other end and just carries on, which is typical of what happens in cavalry charges.
Out of the way.
If you get
Well,
through to the other end, you could just fucking keep going.
He's also the only survivor.
Yeah.
He made it through the rest of his
Oh
guard.
yeah, you know what?
nobody's there.
You know what?
The
Yeah,
Queen's
probably.
castle.
The rest of his guard are probably dead, killed by Sorsha and Mordigan
It-
and the
it-
rest of Eric's men.
Yeah.
I laughed a little bit just because it was almost like a little kid like running away when he's done something wrong, and he's just like, "If I can just get to my room, I won't be in trouble anymore."
That's true.
Yeah, he's like, "Get out of the way!" As soon as I get in the castle, they can't do anything about it anymore.
I need to reach my save point. Darn it!
Yeah.
Yeah, he needs to reach a save point, and he also he
Yeah.
also has the objective, so he's bringing the flag back to base. Okay, the rest of the team is
Man,
sacrificing their
Kale,
lives.
what a gamer.
Yeah, what a
Right.
kid.
I mean, did you see his
Kale-
skin? He bought that. That
Oh,
was
yeah.
a paid skin.
Come on, what edgelord
What a
kid wouldn't
fucking
pay
thing
money
to
for
say.
that?
That's a Call of Duty ghost.
He had to prestige 3 times to get that.
Dude, he had to buy the battle pass and the currency.
Oh shit, he's a pay-to-win nerd. Fuck.
Yeah.
General Kale is definitely a pay-to-win nerd. Definitely. Anyway, do we have anything
Canon.
else in the last of this act before going into the fifth and final?
Mad Mardigan and his armor looked good. There you go.
Oh, the yellow, goldish. Made him
Yeah.
stand out from all the other darks and
fancy
grays.
armor.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
looked kind of like a barbarian king or something.
I don't know if you caught this, Sprinks, but oh man, I fucking forgot about the apples joke that happened earlier in the film. That reminded me of Lord of the
Out of his
Rings.
bra?
No, where he pulls it out of his bra and throws it back, and it hits Willow in the head. Very familiar to Lord of the Rings.
You know, very
Ah.
familiar.
But
Carriage.
yeah. And then Mad Mordigan's helmet also reminds me of a Gondorian helmet a little bit. It has the same shape.
Yeah, that's close.
Obviously, it's chainmail, but you know it has the shape and stuff like that.
Yeah. Man,
Um,
Lord of the Rings really stole.
Yeah.
Yeah, and perfected. What could I say?
I mean,
There's one issue that I had, I guess, kind of in this act. We never figure out, and it supersedes, but I just want to touch on it now since we're close to that anyways.
Mhm.
We never really found out what Mad Mardigan did. He's a thief, apparently, but we don't get any specifics past that point.
oh, why he got locked up?
Yeah, they just say, American says he was a thief, and that's it. And we're kind of just, they don't, and then there's like a hush over everybody. It's like, he's not a thief. Are you?
Are you?
Yeah, I don't
And that's-
know
that's it.
what I would say to that, other than that's just implied storytelling. I kind
I mean, yeah.
I
get
think that gives Eric doesn't 180 his relationship with Mad Mardigan to
instantly.
you know,
yeah.
yeah, saying, rot in your coffin earlier, and he's still like bitter about it.
Yeah. And then now he's here in that scene, and suddenly he has a cause, and now he's surprised, which is why he's throwing out accusations.
Yeah. So at least it's gradual
Yeah.
change of his relationship to Mad Mardigan, and it's not just like 180 flip.
love Eric so much. My favorite character.
Yeah.
I hope he makes it through
He's not,
this.
oh, shoot, what were their names? What were their names? Hang on. I gotta. It's not Stella and 5 Feet Apart.
Oh,
That's what I was going for.
Stella and Will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
Oh yeah,
Ship
immediately just
flip-
like I'm loving him. I don't care about my rules now. Yeah, I get that.
This can kill me. I'm alright with that. I don't care about my parents anymore.
Let's see. I'm trying to think here. I don't think I have anything else other than Willow's bloodied, Sorsha and Mad Morda got to fight back to back until they spot Willow being injured and limping out of the fucking room.
And General Kell did see it, so he's able to report back about Sorsha.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is good. I'm happy he's keeping track of all his subordinates and, keeping an eye out for those traitors.
Well, so far it looks like he sees the importance of Sorsha. That's why he's like going after her and making sure she's around.
Yeah, I mean that, and I think it's like it'd be really bad for your reputation if you lost your queen's daughter.
Yeah, he'd probably get killed.
Probably wouldn't be good. He'd be turned into a possum and exiled on an island.
At best. At worst,
Yeah.
he'd be killed.
Probably just like blow him up or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I got anything, so that's it for me. This act is pretty much action packed up until outside of the Sorsha and Mad Morgan banter that we get.
Yeah, and I think out of all of them we've covered so far, it's the shortest one. But Crimson, Sinister, anything else in Act 4?
No, there's something is, but I'll touch on it. Let me get to it.
And at
You'll touch on
last-
because of Act 5?
Yeah, in Act 5.
All right. So Act 5, it's from where we just went to the end of the movie. So
all right. I have a lot to say. So maybe I should go later. So let someone else go first.
let's go with Sinister, since you just said you wanted to cover something.
Yeah. So, the acorns. They seemed like I remember from when I watched this years ago. I felt like they had more of a point, and now that I've rewatched it now, while I was like watching, looking for stuff and everything, they don't really do anything. Not in the way of like they don't do anything. Like they obviously actually work, but they don't do anything.
They're just set up to give Bav Morda like a momentary hesitation.
Yeah.
Oh, I
They're
see
just
it
there
more
to
than
show her
that.
how strong she is. Go, what do you
Oh,
see? Spencer?
interesting. I see it as more of a Bav Morda actually seeing Willow as a threat and not a joke.
Yeah.
Did
Because
she
when she
see him
grabs
as
the
a threat?
acorn,
She stops laughing.
grabs her arm with her other and looks worried, and then converts it back. And then when Willow does the disappearing pig trick, she's actually stunned. So it's a way of showing him as not a joke, as this little peck to her, because she even asks like, "Who are you?" Like, I don't even know who you are. And Willow, claims to be this great big sorcerer, and he's showing her these examples of actually doing that. So, especially being with Fen Rizal. So I think that just shows another person at the level of Rizal, at least to Morva's eyes at this moment, like an equal to Rizal. Which, after the banishment of Rizal to the island, is another threat.
I guess I just didn't view her as threatened by the acorn.
Yeah, she looked threatened, but I knew she was acting like it wasn't, or like I knew
She
that
fixed it real quick. It wasn't an
Yeah.
issue.
True, and that's where my issue of this went in. We never saw how many acorns Willow got.
It was
He
like
was just given a pouch,
6.
right?
Yeah, like 5 or 6. It was a handful.
Okay. So one fell out of his pocket, which hit the bridge in Tira's Lane. My problem with this scene is once he threw the first one, and she's
throw
like,
another.
yeah, start just pelting her with it. Throw one at her leg, throw one at her, stomach. Just like keep throwing it. So if patches start growing all over, it's going to be harder for her to revert back. Because only one in her hand, she's using all her strength to revert that back, which still takes time. But in that hesitation of the time it takes, Willow's just standing there watching. So that's my problem with that, is that he should have used them all.
Yeah.
In this scenario, yes, I am leaning more towards Sinister, as in, there's not enough of a reason for them to be present in here. Because
if they would have been more useful at another part of turning something to stone.
Well, yeah, it falls, turns the plank, whatever. It's mentioned in the cage when Mad Mardigan is in the cage, like, I'm not going to waste this on you. But that's pretty much most of the relevance up until this point with those. And as we see, it doesn't contribute much. If anything, it adds fear to her. I don't see that. But if I give it in, that's the purpose of them. It's just an inkling of fear, which I don't know if that's enough to warrant their existence. Kind of like what's his face, Migosh.
Yeah. Like, yeah, I mean, I get the point of them, but I just kind of wish they were like useful to the point where like they actually did something like really, really like stop something, or
the easiest place I would have stuck them in the script as we have it is the other head of the dragon.
Yeah, I honestly kept those I remember they used the acorns at some point and they actually did something, and then I was like, then when he went to go throw one and it just like fell through the floor and it was like made the plank, so I was like, and then I was like, oh well, there's got to be more, and then no, that was it. Okay.
I mean, don't get me wrong. The visual of Bav Morda overcoming the like acorn magic was cool, but
it's just like I kind of wanted to see somebody actually get turned to stone.
In the chamber where she is and the seers that get fought off by Sorsha and Ravana or whatever.
Sorsha's the one that fights off the seers.
It would have been nice if maybe a seer was hiding behind furniture and lunges at him and he chucks an acorn at him. That could have been something.
Maybe. I get that Willow doesn't have the courage to be in the room, so if he did that, may as well have been in the room.
And I get
I mean for after the other dispatched, he was just hiding, waiting.
And I get that you can use it in the form of the evil queen, that's how powerful she is. He's superseding this magic that was supposed to, be a protection
but if
thing.
it was, obviously if it was used to kill the dragon earlier, which I think would be the most significant place to put it, the other half of the dragon.
So I understand a little bit of why it's there and the uses of it that are not just turning any enemy into stone or whatever. Yeah. But I do think that they could have done more with it than just having it be like that.
It would have been cool the liquid used for the ritual. If you threw an acorn in it and the liquid turned into a stone or something.
Well, now you're just being crazy.
The reason we can't do that is because
how she gets defeated. But trying to think of practical uses for this acorn that would be interesting.
Yeah. Otherwise, you guys would prefer that to be cut because they're not useful. Is that what the takeaway was?
I don't want it to be cut. It seems
implemented well. I like the dragon idea. If not, remove, because right now I don't think they do enough to warrant existing.
Yes, I have to kind of agree.
I think if I want to keep the Bav Morda being cool and her overcoming it, I would need to justify it a bit more. And as it stands, they're probably better off removed. If I'm going to be objective about it.
Because I like that scene. Don't get me wrong. Even though it is kind of like a setup that something like really
subjectively
cool.
It's great.
Yeah,
but
it was and then there's nothing else with the acorns after that. It's just kind of so the acorns were literally pointless. Other than just to have this cool scene, it's kind of again, it would be cool. So you could make that work, right? So that could work better if like you use it like you said, Ryder, on the dragon, right? And it turns one of the heads to stone, it turns the whole body into stone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then when you use it on the evil queen and you think, oh, she's gonna get turned into stone, and then it doesn't work, that shows her to be even more powerful. Like it amplifies it, right?
Yes.
Exactly.
It raises the stakes.
Exactly. With this, it's just like, oh wow, that thing that hasn't really gotten used other than just like by accident a few times. They threw it and it didn't work. Oh, that's kind of a bummer, or you know.
That, or if the stone's used on the dragon, General Kale saw it and reports it to her, and she prepares for that.
Yeah, something.
That'd be cool.
So, like I said, there is definitely
extra 15 minutes, as you'd said.
Yeah, like I said, there's just this movie just needs extra 2 minutes because it would clean up a lot of this. So that just falls into that. Oh fuck! All right, well, I'll take it.
No, well, I think it could have been solved with one line, which would still add tension, because to me, I don't think Willow would have ever used. Well, he could have, but I don't. With what is shown, wouldn't have used an acorn on the dragon because the dragon never targeted him, and Willow was too busy with trolls. I don't. What I think would have helped is if when he was given the acorns at the beginning, he was told how many there were. If he was told, "Hey, you only have 2," rather than you have acorns and we don't really know how many he has.
Yeah.
All we can really guess is that he has more after the one he threw at the queen.
Yeah.
If he only had
a pouch,
2,
I got what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. If he was told, "Hey, here's 2 acorns," just like one line, and then he dropped one on the bridge to show, "Hey, he only has 1 left," and he's like, "Oh," and it could have been a scene of like him thinking of attacking the dragon, but he was still busy with the trolls and like saving it for the queen. Or just spacing it. So at the queen, it would have added the same tension of being this is his one shot of the acorn that gets her, and then she reverts it. So it wouldn't have been like showing how powerful she is, but more on the chance of like this is his only shot with what he has.
Yeah, I mean that could
both
work too.
work.
Yeah,
it's better than what we got.
Yeah, I think I would have preferred like him using it on the dragon because then the stakes would have been.
Yeah, both work. One raises the queen's power level. The other one raises the tension on Willow's part. So both will achieve ultimately the same result. We're just going to go about it different ways.
Agreed.
Okay.
I think my main problem is he just has more acorns.
Yeah.
Because he could use an acorn on that. I don't even know what it is, that Tim Burton contraption stop motion thing that's
the cauldron or whatever. It was.
Yeah.
If he threw an acorn at that to stop it.
Yeah. All right. I will talk a little bit about this is the battle tactics.
All right. Oh,
I'm excited.
All right.
Sloppiness.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. First off, Eric, you were doing so well. Why the fuck would you camp your army like within archery range of a wall? No wonder you guys got slaughtered. Is all I'm fucking saying. So that's one. Number 2. Once they're all turned into pigs, I'm gonna leave the magic bit to Crimson because Crimson's gonna dig into that. Once they're all turned into pigs, the fact that Bav Morda doesn't just send like 10 guys to go out and just start slaughtering them, or corralling them up to bring them inside.
Months.
I know, or corralling them up to bring them inside to cook them, or just breaking down their tents, ravaging their equipment, because that's what you fucking do. Then it's just then there's the fact that the Eric's men are really good at digging holes throughout the night after everyone's already changed back. There's still people on watch, and I know that they're trying to convince us that they were able to sneak this down. I'm like, no, not when they're this close to the castle. They collapsed their own tents, by the way, they already set up onto the holes that they dug. And this would have been visible. There's an entire army out there
There was nobody on watch. All right.
It's not good. On that note, I will end with something I actually did like. They used scalding oil in the middle of the battle once they're in the castle, which I actually like. And with the use of scalding oil, Willow has used more medieval tactics than Game of Thrones.
Da-da-da.
And that
Oh, wow.
is saying something.
Yeah, Shrek 2 did the same thing. Shrek 2 did more than.
Yep. Waiting for Game of Thrones to use scalding oil. They would have been
More
useful.
heat, less foam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's where I'll start. That's kind of where we're going to go through with that.
In my notes, I have written this down as the Curse of the Gamarine. And in case you're not familiar with what a Gamarine is, those are the pig guards of Jabba's palace.
You mean Gamorrean?
I do. I did not put that into Google Translator of how to pronounce it.
Okay.
I have it spelled correctly. I don't have it pronounced correctly. But yes, that's what I wrote down because it's another George Lucas pig.
Yeah.
And the conversion of them where they start, growing tusks and everything, very orcish.
Yeah.
I mean, with the
I did write that down, and it is pretty orcish. Yeah.
It's like the World of Warcraft movie.
Yep.
And another element that I want, isn't this looks scarier than Lord of the Rings? I was allowed to watch this and not Lord of the Rings as a kid?
Watching,
I mean,
watching
you got
one
Gollum in Lord of the Rings. That's freaking terrifying.
watching presumably your favorite childhood character in the story, Bav Morda, being the badass that he is, get turned into a pig is a little unsettling as a child.
That's
Yeah,
probably
it's not-
honestly the
It's not
best
as
scene.
horrific as American
Werewolf.
Werewolf.
But
But
that's the best transformation chain in a movie period for me.
yeah. But I mean, still with the hands changing to like the the toes and everything, and the face and the ears, and
Actually, it's a tie between that and there's like a witch one in like a 1930s or 40s movie. It's also really cool. But
Not Lupin turning into a werewolf.
I mean that's very CGI'd.
that's
What I'm saying is this isn't
Crazy.
CGI.
no.
This is makeup and
It is
and animatronics and practical. Yeah.
I do have a small, perhaps minor thing to praise. I guess Rizal orders Willow to protect himself because she has experience with the whole animal thing.
Transformation.
Good thing that spell worked, because the spells weren't working before.
And I think it makes sense that Rizal only told Willow and didn't start saying everyone get in the tent, because then it would have drawn attention.
It would have contributed less. I mean, the Bav Morda's army should already know that they're out there, but it should have contributed. That would have contributed more to that.
Well, I don't think. Well, first, Bav Morda doesn't know about Willow. General Kell's never reported back. That's why she has no clue who she is, and she also doesn't know Finn Rizal's around. Even though they captured her, she doesn't know that she's off the island.
Yes.
Shockingly.
So 2 points of she doesn't know they're actually out there in the crowd. She thinks this is just more of Eric's army.
Yeah, and Eric's army is.
I do like her evil laugh, though. That evil laugh was good.
It does. I mean, yeah. It sucks that she only got so much screen time because she actually does a really good job of playing the evil queen.
Yeah.
You're all pigs, 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 pigs.
I didn't know they were police officers. But
Boy. What did I have here? The animal transformations that Finn Rizal goes through, I think is very nicely done. I mean, the other ones have been like color changes and little practical effects of
this was mostly
pictures.
CGI, right? I know the first one looks practical, but
This one's all through the ILM transformation, but it's the shapes that they uphold. I really like the tiger shape that they have of it laying into the shape of a human. It's not, transformation of like all this movement and everything. It's like matching. I thought that just blended a lot nicer than if, Finn Rizal was like going around the room, like tortured.
Just imagine it'd be funny. He accidentally turns her into an elephant, and then Bav Morda just gets confused because it just
I
turns.
think it was funny. His eyes were closed. You know, I mean, I don't think it would have really fit with the movie, but if his eyes were closed, and because he's just doing the spell, and she turns into a human, but then she started changing back into another animal because he can't tell.
Yep.
Also, and I guess kind of a thing with his eyes closed this whole time. How does he know when to stop?
She stopped suffering.
She stopped screaming.
Oh.
The bleeding goat scream.
She stopped talking to him. Leave, change, I'm good. Ah!
Yeah, that's all I can guess from that.
Has it really been that long?
Yeah, that's true. So she said, she was a young, beautiful woman, and now she's very old.
Oh, I'm glad you didn't add any other descriptors to that.
Ryder, I have I guess, medieval question.
Yo.
So Willow and Rizal, their plan is to go through the front gate, essentially, to set up the ambush. Mm-hmm. It's just the two of them. They open the gate and send out men on horses. Would they do that over just shooting them with archers?
It depends.
So I wrote that as a problem because I would have done archers.
It honestly, it depends on how, it usually depends on what your defenders are or who your defenders would typically ascribe to. So I wrote that down as plausible. Because again, if I were just to be very efficient, I would also order archers. But also, if you want someone to torture, here's two people offering themselves to you, just jokingly threatening you. I'm like, you can put some people in the stockades today, It kind of depends.
They said to kill them, not to torture them.
That's exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Not to torture them.
That's the thing. So, it's...
I don't know if this plays off of that, of what you're describing, Crimson, but when they send the guards out, the location they've changed their camp layout or space, because when they're transformed into pigs, they're right outside the front door. When the queen sends out the soldiers on horseback, they go quite a ways until they get removed. So I think in the night they definitely moved the holes later down, kind of out of eyesight. Man. But even though they're very high up, they could have definitely seen. But I'm just saying it's more further pushed back than right at the door.
Yep. I would agree with that. And once more, whoever just slept through on watch really botched their fucking team, just saying.
Yes.
Well,
so to answer your question, it's plausible either way, but the problem is that they gave the direct order to kill. So I think there would need to be a better shot to indicate the distance that they have between themselves and the castle, in order to show that they're just out of archery range. So either way, it's still a bit of a problem, but that again, that's more of less a writing problem, more of a camera work problem.
And let's be super, super generous, that there were no people watching overnight. Where do they think all the pigs went?
Oh yeah, that's also in my notes.
Slop.
They just walked away.
Anyone else have any red flags?
They waddled away. Waddle. Yeah.
Yo, Sir Malagadus Wilhelm III, where did all the pigs go on your watch? I don't know, sir.
I don't know.
All of them funneled into a single tent and never came out.
That's kind of weird. I don't know. Maybe they're giving us more food in there or something later on.
We don't get paid enough to question the authority.
Then we started seeing these grown men come out and dig holes and cover it with tents.
Yeah.
What's the?
And then they got dressed as well.
They got dressed.
Yeah. Hey, all the clothes are gone. Did you notice?
I know. One of you can tell me. What's the? Is it Waiting for Godot, or what's the two Hamlet guys?
Oh, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern.
That. Yeah. Where's that of the two guards in this?
I would love that, dude. No, honestly, I know a lot of people have problems with that just because it's kind of silly, but I love It's the same reason I like Lion King 1.5. Like, you just take like the comic relief guys or whatever and just put them in their own movie. It usually works pretty well. But I wish that was in this movie. They just had like 2 guards. They're just like, oh gee, I don't know what's going on down there. You want to go get some food or something?
Would it fit with the tone? That's the real question.
No, it would. Oh god, no.
Oh,
God,
no.
no.
This is not like the Mandalorian of the 2 scout troopers punching Grogu scene thing. No.
Yeah, no, that doesn't fit.
It wouldn't work in this movie, but I would like it. It would ruin the rest of the movie, but I would like that one part of it.
It would certainly help progress how our boys get into the castle.
And they just
I
like
have something to point on, and it's a film thing. And I didn't look this up, but it's just kind of unbelievable to me that this is allowed in '88. They have a scene of a knife cutting off some of Elora's hair. Can a knife be that close to a baby in film production?
Well, the hair is attached through syrup, so she could have just pulled the hair out and not actually cut the hair.
Like the knife would would just be prop.
Well, that's why I think it's not contact of an actual property of a human, because it's not her actual hair, but still having a weapon that close to a child.
No, if it was a dull knife and they just pulled at the hair because it's just attached by syrup, it would have just come undone.
Yeah. If it's a dull knife, I don't think there's gonna be much issue with that.
Okay. I didn't know if that's something.
No, this ritual is certainly taking its fucking time.
Yeah, I didn't know if that was something allowed on the front of like the parent and guardian of the child of allowing it, or if it was on the studio of like signing something that's allowing it to be used. So, like, it just raised some questions of
probably didn't
was
care
allowed
that much.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there's. I mean, I know in like that's a whole I don't know. That's a whole legal thing that I've never paid attention to with films and stuff.
Okay, it's just something I didn't know of. But
since writer assigned me magic again, I will talk on magic. So we get her turning this entire army into pigs. Crazy power. And we get Razel saying she put a spell on them to where that can't happen again. So they covered that.
It is one line.
Even though Bav Morda is stronger than Razel, is what we're going off of, but she is using one, so I guess that balances out. Nonetheless, she should have tried on Willow to transform him or some other spell, because she can't just put a blanket spell to
transform it into like a warrior.
No, just she didn't use any real magic on Willow in this. She didn't do anything
in the throne room.
The
workshop. My bad.
A character with such power to turn an entire army into an animal didn't do anything.
It's a little weird
to stop our protagonist.
It's a little weird to just assume that she, he's gonna start cooperating with her out of fear. It was a little weird.
Well, I mean, the whole time she didn't know who he was, and then thought of him as just a joke.
It doesn't matter. She's so close to her objective, she could just kill him, get the baby, get it over with.
Her goal is to exercise the baby in order to preserve her power, so
it shouldn't matter that he's a joke or the best warrior in the lands.
He is merciless as General
She should just, get her job done. So I found that this whole battle at the tower with specifically Willow and her bugged me a lot.
I guess it kind of makes sense that the only one she hesitated on was Sorsha, or should have been Sorsha being her daughter, but then she shows she's going to kill her. Yeah.
So
she turned into a pig, and she was going to kill her in a separate instance as well. But she stopped at Willow. Some unknown person.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely who the hell are you? Kind of thing, but you need to.
I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you?
Yeah, there's definitely a level of that, but she also would have just killed him as soon as he answered. All right, well, I'm going to talk a bit about Sorsha, because I think Sorsha gets the short end of this whole act. Because we don't really have much context for her relationship with her mom, other than just the very, very faint, subtle potential hints that I laid out earlier. So it makes sense that Sorsha would be here. She also gets the worst choreography in I think the whole film with this fight between her and like the three seers or whatever. There is so much potential in that, like, there should have been a more verbose exchange of dialogue between her and her mother, which would have helped capitalize her journey. And we get virtually nothing other than I have to treat you as a traitor now. And that her mother sends her off into spikes and she just collapses to the ground and gets knocked out some fucking how. Where there is, if they were gonna do something with Sorsha, where like make her character more worthwhile, like to make her a great character, I think she should have gotten at least a hit in on her mom before she gets knocked out. Contributed to the fight a little bit more, even though she has no magic. Could have got in there with, when she's focused on Rizal for the most part. There's a lot of things they could have done to like really turn Sorsha into a worthwhile, like a great character. Because so far she's just good. She has things going for her, but she's lacking the end point that makes her great, because she is just sidelined for the rest of this fight. And I, as an adult, find that more difficult to stomach.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the show, but I've seen some thumbnails of the show, and I believe she is in it. So I'm curious how they go about that, if it helps at all with her character.
Yeah, from as it stands right now, this is what I have to work with, and it sucks. It really does, because, like I said, she's a character I like. I like her. I like her dialogue. She's pretty witty. She's got a lot going for her.
And I believe she was the second name in the beginning credits. On Val Kilmer, her, and then Warwick Davis.
Yes. So
for that, she should have had more. Yeah.
Yeah. So she definitely should have had a little bit more to do here for the final act, especially because it's not the relationship with her mom isn't flushed out. It makes her falling in love with Mad Mordigan seem a little more superficial. Not much. They do have the banter, which helps a lot, but it dampens that to a degree.
And here's the amazing thing, though. Even like we're talking about it, like we're sort of like 5-15 more. This is still like a 2-hour movie. So
yeah,
I wonder what. I mean, there's definitely stuff you could cut out. It's kind of like the comedic relief, like the brownie stuff, I guess, and a couple other things if you wanted to get more of that in, or do a 2.5. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think this lends itself to a 2.5-hour movie level extravaganza.
We only need like an extra, like I said, 10 minutes that would fix this, because like I said, a good writer would be able to give Sorsha and her mama the dialogue here to backfill everything we need really quickly.
I do know there's a novelization that I think fills in a bunch of gaps.
Ooh,
Sinister, you are correct. There are three books after this that a lot of people hate because of the difference, and George Lucas was prioritized on other things than the books to really give a
cohesive
much
story
of approval,
much look at to be present for. So a lot of people don't like those books, and it's probably clear now, but I don't know how much is like canon and non-canon because of the show that has come out.
I mean, probably it's like fuck.
Well, if it's like anything with to do with Star Wars, none of it's canon. The books.
Yeah, immediately anything that exists outside of the movie is not canon. And these
until we start doing it.
And these shows.
Well, I mean, all the new books that have come out technically have been canon, but man, the quality drop is ridiculous.
Post buyout,
the
books are canon. Pre-buyout, the books are not canon.
This is another medieval question, but I think it's doable. If horses are on a drawbridge, can you not raise the drawbridge?
Yes. It's a pulley system, and the added weight would be problematic, which is why I'm fine once the drawbridge down, they can get there fast enough to weigh it down so they can't pull it up.
Okay, I was curious on that. Were they able to draw? draw the
Normally,
numbers.
because
could,
normally it's people working through pulley systems to pull it up and down, and that
Yeah.
would make it too difficult. So
Okay.
You'd have to use a lot of people, and it wouldn't be enough people around
Yeah.
or merit that. But
it wouldn't be fast.
You
The
could
pe-
do it.
if they were to do that, they don't have the people to get there fast enough. The army would already be inside. So, well, there's a lot of problems that facilitate this happening, but once they're inside, it makes sense.
Like the fact that they should have used archers.
Well, they did
What
use
about-
archers. Oh, you mean on the walls? Yes. Sorry.
All right, I'll talk about the fight with Willow.
Magic.
So I like that he used his pig trick. I think that was appropriate. Worked well. As an audience member, you can see how he did the trick.
Yes.
But how she reacted was not good.
He's never seen it before.
He's never
She-
seen trickery magic.
She is all powerful. We see no limits to her power. She can transform an entire army into pigs. Pretty limitless power from what we see. And she is so shocked that he made a baby disappear that she killed herself on accident. That's the climax. She's so shocked the baby disappeared, she killed herself on
She
accident.
gets very hysterical very quickly. And the thing is,
It's
there could have been
insane.
progression to get her here into this state of
We
mind.
get the acorn.
Yeah. Like I said, there is progression. Sorry, I'm referring more to her fight with Rizal. Like there is
When did
progression
Bav
here.
Morda
Like she,
abandon reason for madness?
yeah, no, I mean like to facilitate more reason for her getting to the point of hysteria where she would buy it. I think it would need to be more like she needs to show a lot more frustration in her fight with Rizal. Like it's just getting more and more frustrating. The fact that it's not ending quickly. So there is definitely a level of progression. And I'm not saying that they weren't doing a good job of showing progression in the fight with the whole claw marks and throwing punches at each other.
Nice punches too. That was. I like that
Mhm.
Rizal actually got dirty.
Yeah.
She didn't rely on magic the whole time.
Yeah, so like I said, there is definitely a level of progression that they could have done to better facilitate this. But the missteps are kind of evident because otherwise it is quite funny and quite inappropriate. I think that hysteria is what gets her killed.
And I don't fully understand the ritual itself. So
Okay.
whoever's bathed in the liquid gets struck by lightning, and that's the ritual.
It's banished to a realm of.
Their
the
soul
underworld
gets
or whatever,
exorcised. So from what I understand is she says a bunch of magic-y words. They light a candle because they reference like, okay, I've said these words. Now light the 13th candle. It is very quick. So from what I understand is the ritual clearly takes a lot of preparation time. Lucky for our heroes, but whatever. It's magic in a soft core system. Don't fully understand it. Yeah, so I don't think I have anything to add. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, I paused silence. I just had to let my brain cells catch up to my mouth, you know?
I'll go to something I do like. For this is how I'm guessing it's prosthetics to make Barmora look wrinkly and old.
Yeah.
Like she's put a lot of energy into it.
Man, that makeup department, fucking excellent.
I was like, was the other one the makeup? Is this her real face? Like which one?
Is the actress this scary in real life? Wow.
It just looks real. Is the thing.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of just the rain, the gaunt makeup, and the actress just looking
They're really
the most evil that she can.
they're really laying into the whole evil stepmother queen Disney look. There we go. Got it out there.
We even got a falling death in this. General Kale.
Well, I think that was the two sword stabs to his stomach.
He was alive while falling. and
You're
Langdon
right.
killed
You're right.
him.
He did cry out. Yes. Okay. Before we talked about that, I need to talk about my favorite character, Eric.
Stab.
Oh, let me go to my notes.
CSC.
No, Bora. I mean Eric.
So again, this is gonna be, as I kind of explained, Eric is our facilitator to understand how the world factions are moving in the film, and I like this as a culmination for his character to die doing what he was doing from the beginning. He is the only character that was actively fighting against Bav Morda's forces, like, constantly, even before Willow got the mission to go out and escort Elora. So he goes down fighting General Kill because, Skeletor. And I think it's an appropriate death for him in the rain. And I like that even when he gets stabbed in the stomach, he fucking spits blood out on Kale because man's tough. And it's a rough way to go. And we get a nice, thoughtful echo of when Mad Mordigan, says, put a sword in my hand, I'll win this war for you. When he's dying, his last words to Mad Mordigan are, win this war for me. And Mad Mordigan grabs his friend's sword and he marches up the hill to go fight General Kale. It is a nice arc. I like for both Mad Mordigan and Eric. It's a nice end, a nice closure to their relationship. That the Crusader died during his crusade, inspiring another person to finish the crusade for him.
Indeed.
Yeah. Mad Mordigan's choreography fighting with General Kale. It's a little on the weaker side. The choreography itself is fine. The actor, I don't know if a stunt guy or actor, whatever, who was in the armor for the general, he didn't seem like a professional swordsman, like what to be expected at this point. Yeah. He seems very clunky and like wide strikes and stuff. It doesn't seem like he's a professional general killer fighter.
Well, I don't know. It looked like, at least from some of the fighting that had been taking place, he definitely seems like the kind of guy. I do agree, though, he should have been a little bit more skilled, or like, using actual, tricks or techniques and stuff, and not just. But he just seemed like he just like would overwhelm an opponent. Like he would just get like really in and just use like his strength and not like any actual.
Like he'd be a brute force fighter.
Yeah, like
which would which would be a nice foil for Mad Morgan and just pure skill what he has with the sword.
Yeah, because he kind of just like he kind of just muscles him, like he because Mad Morgan keeps striking and then he just kind of like takes the hit or takes the brunt of it and then just goes back at him. I think he's just like a willpower more than actual skill, which I don't think suits entirely, but I think it works as a counter.
It could suit better, I think. There's definitely a way to better frame the fact that he's just a fucking tank compared to Mad Morgan just being skillful. And that could have been shown. Obviously, it's not. But with what we have, it is fairly decent. Eric's sword gets broken through the fight, and then Mads gets another one from a body. But I do like that it is his first real hit on General Kale is Eric's sword getting stabbed into his stomach.
That's another thing though. Like he stabs him through his stomach and he just keeps going. He's just
I also wrote down on my notes that General Kale is the original Lurtz.
Yeah.
From Fellowship of the Ring.
Oh.
It just keeps going.
Yep.
I get that.
You understood that reference?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't. Thanks for explaining what it was from.
Go watch Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, maybe
I'm sure one of you are going to pick that at some point.
We got it. It's the most famous fantasy story of all time.
It's true. But the fight I think is mostly well done. I think it did jump the shark a little bit for me when Morgan impales him on his own sword. But that was a little bit much. But I do appreciate the symbolism they're going for.
you must. What is the fall on your sword? I don't know. I don't remember what that.
Seppuku.
Well, no. But like, there's a.
That's funny.
No, that's that is a thing. But no, there's like
Serenity.
Guy in Serenity?
yeah. No, that's a because that's if a swordsman dishonored or whatever in the samurai tradition, he has to. I don't know if it's just just swordsman, but specifically swordsman.
And they have to stab themselves because of dishonor, or
Well, yeah. So they have to. Well, so they have to stab
fall by their own
themselves in the.
blade. Yeah.
Yeah, they have to stab themselves in their gut and wrench it around so you do the most amount of damage.
is that not seppuku?
That is no.
Oh, okay.
That's not what I'm talking about, but that is what that is. And then they usually have a one of their closest friend or ally or whatever there with a sword to cut their head off if they don't go through with it, which is dishonorable. But no, there's a phrase to fall on your sword or something, and I don't remember what that. I don't know if they're referencing it that there or not, but fall on your sword, something.
I know the saying you're trying to say,
Yeah,
but I don't remember.
I don't know what
either.
if that's yeah.
Let's see. I don't think I have anything else at this castle before the ending stuff.
Let's
All right, well,
I
let's
don't
do the
know
ending
how
stuff.
much of an error it is, or really, but it's raining. This whole battle, and there's this open ceiling in the, I guess, the ritual area where it's raining on them as well.
Where the lightning came from,
Yeah, the little basin that
It's not
Elora's
filling with
in
water.
is not filling with water.
Good catch. 0 out of 10 movie.
That's this problem. Oh, shit.
Crimson, I'll hold you to it. That's something I know, and I don't know if that's just magic of the basin or if there's an actual little drain underneath Elora, because it's not. She could be covering it.
It
but-
could be, but we don't know.
That's the only other thing I can think of. But
Well, I would imagine the liquid that killed the witch was supposed to go in there with the baby, right? So it wouldn't
Yeah, you don't
want to
throw
be
the baby
drained
out
out.
with the bathwater.
Um,
Thank you.
I don't think I have much more as well.
Yeah, they kind of wrap this up pretty clean.
Oh, yeah, they wrapped it up quick.
Oh, yeah, she
actually.
kills herself and everyone's happy.
well, at this point, there's only like 10 minutes in the film left.
And like
Yeah,
5 of that is
Probably shorter
credits.
than that.
Yeah.
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 I see.
a long
That's
goodbye.
something I like about the movie as well. It's lengthy in shots that it needs to be lengthy, of like showing settings, and then it's real quip in the actions. Just cuts here and there of like you're still following and not lost because it's showing where the characters are going. But I think it's a nice blend. It doesn't feel like one scene's really fast and one's like taking forever to get through. So I think the pacing is
Yeah.
very well.
I think for the most part, yeah.
Yeah, it is paced pretty well. Yeah. I am insulted that there's no parting words between Willow, Sorsha, and Mad Mordigan.
Yeah, Matt
Yeah.
Mardigan doesn't say you kneel to no one.
It's nothing to that effect. I don't need that. But I'm a little. I mean, they went on this journey together, and Mad Mordigan became a better person for this journey. And there's
Became a king.
no like recognition
That is
of
true.
like there's no closure almost. And like,
He
yeah,
just
the
puts him
music.
down and slaps his horse.
Yeah, he puts it on, slaps his horse. He gets a book of magic.
Don't worry. Mad
and-
Mardigan will return in Willow, the TV series.
Please no.
I don't think I
He
don't
won't,
think that's
no.
true.
No, I don't think that's true either. But
For what Val Kilmer did with Top Gun Maverick, don't think it's gonna. Yeah,
Don't even. You kept saying you're like to be in the Willow show, and I'm like, there's no way it wouldn't work. It worked for Top Gun because he could just do that, but he couldn't just do that. He'd have to actually do something.
so, I do find the epilogue a little bit rushed because there's no closure between these characters that went on this journey together, and that to me is you're at the end. You need to put a cap on your ending to make to kind of tie that bow, and they do it for Willow at the village, but they don't do it for any of our other characters. And I know the movie's called Willow, but the problem is they made us care about the other characters.
Well, Legend of Zelda is called Zelda, but Link.
I didn't know how much it would bother you, writer, if you even caught it really. But Will is given the book, and he immediately goes to the last page.
Yeah, he goes. Well, not even the last page. Like the back of the. What do they call that?
You see the warnings.
Wanted
They
to see
come
if it was
after the
signed.
spells.
And, like, he wants to know the ending. I mean,
Well,
what's
no,
the
Wanted to go after the
best thing I can
spells.
do?
Doctor
I
Strange.
mean, like, if he opened it
Thank
upside
you,
down
Crimson
and
Knight.
he's actually on the first page, but then I skip back. I'm like, no, he's looking at the back of the book.
I don't know. Maybe
trying to see if there's anything
it's written like a manga.
In this fantasy universe, sure.
No, it's No, he was trying to see if there was any like inscription in it, like "Dear Willow" with
If
the.
Finn Rizal signed it,
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
worth
there's
more.
an autograph in here. Yeah.
The greatest sorceress in the world now, because Bav Morda's gone. She signed the book. Yay!
Yay.
I don't know if it's another thing, but the brownies stay in Tier's Lane and don't go with Willow back to their forest.
Well, they already said that it was more fun out there home.
Yeah, they're gonna be our drinking swashbuckling adventurers. That's what they're gonna be.
If they're not in the show, I'm gonna lose all faith, humanity.
Don't worry. I'm sure the show will find another way to ruin itself.
And then Willow gets back to the village,
And they're all like,
and he doesn't get a medal. Real
Our
true
hero.
but he gets a hero's
Willow.
welcome still.
"Hello, we sold your farm while you were gone."
Man, his wife would have died before that happened.
It's like the
It's
Hobbit.
weeks late for the coal mining.
It's like the Hobbit, where they think he's dead, so they just started selling all of his stuff.
That would have been funny.
That would have been great if Burglecut just took the farm from him when he's gone.
Yeah, they took the farm. This is my wife now.
He takes his wife and children
No!
too. Goddamn.
Well, actually, he doesn't go back to his farm, so we don't really know.
Yeah, no.
We're just left to
We don't know how
assume
much
it's a
time has
happy
passed.
ending because the music implies it as such.
He just throws a
Yeah.
rock up in the air, and he's like, it turns into a bird, and he's like, "I am magic
I'm a
now."
sorcerer, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm the
fun.
sorcerer.
Poop on
Supreme.
Burglecut.
Yeah, bird cut. And then he's like, "Ooh."
Because the movie keeps wanting to shit on him.
Yeah.
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 He's gotten poop, vomit. Man, this is, and your mom said this was like way more kid appropriate.
Why would that not be kid appropriate?
I guess kids like poop
But
and
now at the
vomit,
end,
huh?
I was
Yeah.
allowed to watch this and not Lord of the Rings.
I mean, I still think Lord of the Rings is darker than this.
I do
don't
too.
know
No, I'm
your
not
point.
saying it's not. I'm just saying
It's
I don't
just
think
weird.
I don't think it's far enough off where I'd be like, you know what, this is like the really kid appropriate.
You know what? You can watch the Imagine X VHS tape. How about that?
Oh, nice. Imagine that. I mean, look, the Queen's Castle did look like Imagine X set.
Kind of did.
Hey,
Being
keep
that-
Imagine X
Elaine.
beyond
Yeah,
the adventure.
Happy ending. Does anyone else have any last tidbits before we wrap up the film?
In the beginning, when the baby's
Back to the beginning.
yeah, I forgot to mention it. The baby was going down the
Or-
creek. Lucky she didn't fall off.
Oh, yeah, that's in my notes too.
She's a magic baby.
Yeah, we see a part where the water is not just smooth going; it's rippled, and there's a reason why baby cribs have gates on the sides because they tend to roll off of things like couches and stuff because they just love to kill themselves. So
So you're gonna say she's
Lucky.
smart enough not to kill herself there, but she's not smart enough to not cry in a basement while the guards-
precisely, it's inconsistent. This baby's character is inconsistent.
just like
Yeah.
a real baby.
It's a magic baby.
So
Unacceptable. The magic makes no sense. All right. That's all I got.
Magic never makes sense.
Anything out of you, Sinister?
Crimson's a magic whiner. That's all I'm gonna say.
And we know this.
Wonderful.
Next point.
If that no, he wants to settle on that. Really
No,
impact
yeah.
it.
You're
It's gonna be so interesting when we get to Harry Potter.
okay. The magic in that makes sense.
Okay, Ryder, any last thing?
I'm more consistent in Harry Potter than
Let's
this.
move right along. No, I don't. I'm good.
All right, and that wraps the film of Willow. Yay!
Yeah.
Yay!
Now
Can we
we'll
just
go
give
into
our ratings?
summaries.
Oh.
Rating.
Our summaries and ratings, and I think we should start off with Sinister.
Gosh. Oh. Where to begin? Laugh. It's not funny. This definitely there was. I was amazed rewatching this. What parts I did remember and parts I didn't. I honestly thought the ending of the movie was at Tyr's Lane, the second to last castle, and not actually at the evil queen's castle. So I got to that part of the movie and then I was like, oh, there's like still 30 minutes left. Crazy. So there's definitely a couple of things I definitely touched on. I'm not gonna just rehash everything that was said, but there's some things we touched on that probably could have been clearer or didn't age quite so well under scrutiny. But I think all in all, this is a serviceable movie. It definitely the things it does well, I think it really does well. Definitely setting up some of the lore and the building up of that and the world. The only thing about not done well of the world building was actually building the geography of the world, which is also kind of important. And we also weren't really sure how long anything was taking because it was all kind of speculative, but really couldn't have been a very long time. But whatever. So all that in mind, I think all the actors did a pretty damn good job. And it was really awesome getting to see a lot of, especially the dwarf actors kind of getting their chance to shine, because I think a lot of them, unfortunately, would have been, singled out of most like Hollywood productions. So it was really cool they all got to play a role. Some of them more than others, but still, like, they were all present, and they were, it wasn't just like a couple of them and a bunch of kids. Like, it was pretty much all of them. I mean, there were kids, but they also. I think Val Kilmer definitely sold it as a Mad Mardigan. He had a good mix of being full of himself, but also having actual ability and kind of playing like a little bit of an anti-hero, but ultimately being a redeemed hero. Wish we got to see more of Sorsha. I'll agree with Ryder on that. I think that was kind of a hindrance to some of the character development for her, but I think all in all, the actor who played her did a good job conveying as much as she could. And also love the evil queen. She was really, really good at playing the evil queen. It was really believable, and was also like actually enjoyable. All in all, without mentioning a bunch of the issues prior, I think I feel comfortable giving this a 6.
All right. I'm going to go next.
Actually, wait, no, 5.
You want to give it a 5?
I'm gonna give it a 5.
All right.
You guys point out enough stuff that I think is a hindrance.
So your score changed throughout this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alrighty, Spriggs, as you said.
Yeah, I'm going to go next. I usually go last, but I think a good change up. Let's go with objective first. Let's see. I think for the time of '88, the effects were pulled off right. They were done well. The blue screening on a lot of things, especially the brownies, clearly dated, but still worked. There weren't clippings, and you didn't have a Mars Needs Mom something going through the floor moment, or you had decent slow-mo. Even if it's for one scene, it's still present as an effect. the practical effects of the pig makeup and the Queen Bav Morda's makeup on herself as well, and the what was it? I guess I don't know if it's animatronics. It could have been some animatronics, but definitely the puppeteering and the stop motion that was used for the dragon and the cauldron. I think Crimson said, or towards the later part of the film, like that. All these elements were put into the film to make it that fantasy feeling that were pulled off. It didn't seem really off-putting or um, weird, I guess, to be placed in this world. So I really like that. Lighting, nothing really go on lighting. Everything is pretty natural lighting, and the only thing I could say that's placed lighting is the torches when they're in the camp, which is why I think Mad Mardigan has a torch in his hand so it illuminates his face, rather than the actual need to see the queen way up on her tower. That doesn't make sense that way. So lighting's fine. Cinematography, there were some parts. I mean, most of the film is pretty decent, just fine. And there's some parts that really stand out. Of the whole chariot wagon chase, I think was really good cinematography wise. The establishing shots of when Burglecut and the group of Elwyn are traveling to Crossroads, there was some like high up shots, lower down shots when they're going across a log over a ravine. Just the placements of camera angles, I think, was very nice and showed definitely establishing shots that were used of like where they're located or where the scene's taking place before going into it. Let's see. The writing goes on to the magic system, which is told but not told well enough. The extra 15 minutes that we kept talking about, that would have really helped the film, that wasn't in, and I'm sure there's deleted scenes that could have aided but weren't present in the film, or an extended cut that should probably be made that isn't. The geography, definitely a problem, I can tell, and the time that Sinister touched on of not exactly knowing if things are in the same day, if it's a week later, if it's in 3 days, don't really know. But we can kind of guess just on the track and everything. Like from Tears Lean to the Queen's Castle, it did seem like it's in at least a day's time to get there because of General Kale taking Elora there and then being directly followed by Eric and his army. But then again, there's no map, so we don't really know. What else to touch on? Ron Howard is a director. I think he's a fine director. James Horner's composing. I really like the fact that it's the same theme but played differently, so it's not just like a broken record over and over. It's varied here and there to give emotion and payoff, like that. The acting, I think the acting's really spot on for a lot, especially with baby Elora. That is the most facial acting I've ever seen out of a baby. Part of me still thinks it's puppeteering, but it's genuine, and I think that's amazing. And I haven't seen. I don't. It's below the age of a child actor. I wouldn't really even classify that as a child actor, because with a child actor like Elliot in E.T., it's actual communication. You can't communicate that to a baby. So that still blows me away of that being practical and real. Is that all the touchings? I'm sure I'm probably missing a couple, but overall, objectively, and my score did not change, I'm giving it a 7.5. Subjectively, this movie's still great. It's entertaining. I'm not bored of it. I think the pacing's really well. I guess pacing is also objective. There's just a lot I like about it. There are some things, like we talked about the acorn problem at the end and how some things could be touched up, and there's some problems here and there which don't make it a perfect film, but it's still really entertaining and fun, and I give it an 8.5 subjectively.
All right.
And I'd like to pass this on to Ryder, so Crimson, the first-time viewer, can go last.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so I will do subjective first, because same ballpark here with Sprinks. I grew up on this film. It's really hard for me to divorce my my critical eye sometimes, but I hope I did okay enough, I suppose, in this for that. I have a lot of fun with this film even today. I was worried that having not seen it for almost 8 years now, because it's been a long time since I last seen it, even though I used to watch it a lot, that I wouldn't like it as much. And I was actually I found myself to be smiling and enjoying things as memories were brought back and stuff like that. So it's still a lot of fun. I'm a huge sucker for fantasy, which helps. And I like a lot of what's here. The actors do a great job. The costumes are very distinct. It's all great, and I do occasionally have Willow's theme song stuck in my head every now and once again. But before it gets knocked out by Lord of the Rings, obviously. But subjectively, I'm also giving this a 8.5. It was quite a joy to return to. Objectively, the plot is the hero's journey, pretty much, just to summarize it. It's more complicated than that, obviously, but the plot is the hero's journey for Willow, and that's where everything else revolves around. There are conveniences that speed it along. Flying babies being carried by hawks being one. There's the fact that they didn't push the baby down the river at the beginning. It definitely has its conveniences. It doesn't, thankfully, break the movie throughout the plot. And the world building is on the stronger side of things for once in a while. For once. The weakest part of the world being probably the magic system, which we've gone over in detail. But that's usually what you par for the course when it comes to softcore magic systems. Cribs had pointed out a few inconsistencies. At least specifically with the transmogrification spells, which is how you turn from people are transformed into animals and stuff like that. I don't even want to touch on the inanimate objects being turned into life forms. That to me is crazy. Again, softcore magic system. It's one of those things where you're not supposed to think about it too difficult and do too difficultly. And what you have on screen is what your rules you abide by. But again, problems formed, and that's to be expected. But overall, I think the rest of the world building is very strong. And while I joke about Eric being my favorite character, he's not in reality. But the reason Eric is my favorite character going through an objective lens is because he is, I think, one of the core strengths that brings about the world building. There's a lot of natural dialogue that spouts from him that tells us how the world is reacting to Bav Morda's presence, how the factions are faring, particularly his own. And you also, through him, get a history with Mads Mordigan, who is actually my favorite character in this movie. And you get the sense of just how the world is living and moving on of its own accord and doesn't necessarily revolve around Elora. In terms of the prophecy, which I can sort of, I guess, attribute to the plot, this is typically how I prefer prophecies to be done, where she is there to bring about the downfall of the Queen Bav Morda, but it's indirect, and prophecies, I think, are better being only partially truthful rather than being 100% correct. I find that to be more compelling storytelling. In this instance, it is a little weird with the payoff at the end of how Bav Morda actually gets finished off. Overall, though, I think the prophecy is still a good facilitator of everything that happens. And it gives us enough to understand, I guess, the point of the story, which we go on. And that leaves us to characters. I'll start with Eric. Eric's a very, very strong side character. And as I said, the strength of his character is he gets to espouse world building, and he gets to espouse virtually the character we get. He's in essence is a foil for Mad Mordigan, where he is always fighting for a cause, and Mad Mordigan was, before the events of the film, and even during probably the first hour of the film, Mad Mordigan is mostly out for himself. That does start to change as the longer he spends with Willow, and obviously he grows to be a better person. But for Eric, solid character, both as a tool and as a person. We understand fully who he is by the end, even with his limited screen time. Unlike, I guess, Migosh, which is we kind of touched on. Migosh is kind of an example that I'm going to pick on for the rest of Willow's Elwyn faction. We know how their society functions, but we don't have a clear view of Willow's relationship with everyone else outside of his family. And Migosh is the only person we get the friend, quote unquote, screen time, which is where they are bantering about coming back and forth and being heroes, yada yada. And then we have Bertlecut, which is his foil in the village. Bertlecut's also a very simple character. I don't really think I need to elaborate on him much. He's just there to be a Willow's foil while he's in the village, and up until he meets Mad Morgan. And that, I guess, will lead me to Sorsha. Sorsha is... I've talked about Sorsha a bit. Sorsha is almost a great character. I do think she has a lot going for her. She's good in that she has a lot of banter with Mad Morgan that helps establish her character. But there's no payoff to what her character's purpose is. And the hints that we get aren't strongly defined enough, and it's as I said, in those 10 to 15 minutes that this film really needed to flush out, she is one of those characters that would have strongly benefited from that. And then from her to Mad Morgan. Mad Morgan is an archetype character that is executed very well. The idea of the kind of roguish character who has a heart of gold, slowly finding himself fighting for a cause. It's something we've seen on the screen all the time. Now, the famous one is obviously Han Solo, where you see him grow on screen, and he lives up to his reputation and his claims of I'm the greatest swordsman in the world. And you eventually get to see that, so it feels like a nice payoff. Again, I don't think they stuck the end scene with him, but I still think they stuck his journey with Eric being killed and him having to finish Eric's job in the cause that he's fighting for. And then I guess I'll talk about Willow. Willow as a main character, his journey is very archetypal as well, but he has the hero's journey. Pretty much like to the point, you may as well start quoting James Campbell's Every Faced Man book or whatever. And Willow as a character, I think, is very strong at its core. I do think there are some missteps early on. As I said, the whole wanting to push the baby down the river, essentially killing her and ending the story, the fact that it wasn't even an option for him is a little bit off-putting and jarring on rewatch for me. Especially when he's such an endearing character later on. He also has missteps where like he stops the wagon just because he wants to yell at Mad Morgan. And I'd like to think Willow's a smart enough character to know that they're trying to get away from bad guys. Overall, he's executed fairly well with a few minor missteps here and there that do take away from the points that I have. Rizal is a side character. There's not much to talk about her other than she is here to help facilitate part of Willow's magic journey, and that she is there to face down Bav Morda at the end and buy time for Willow to work up the courage to get in the room. And she also prevents the army from getting turned into pigs again. I think General Kale is serviceable as a villain. More caricature than character, but that's fine. He's an effective tool. Bav Morda, again, effective tool. And her character is... she wants to preserve her power, and she's willing to kill for it, even her own family to a degree. Overall, objectively, this movie held up better than I thought it would, having come in. But there were some more magic problems that point out, so my rating did change. I had settled on a 7 before coming in. I think I am going to settle on a 6.5 as we close out.
All right, I shall go. I'll start with my subjective. I was teetering between a 5.5 and a 6 through a good chunk of the movie. There was a time where it was a solid 5.5 with the introduction of the brownies. They were very annoying, kind of solidified it there. Once they were kind of sidelined after the Snowy Mountain bit, I did bump back up to a 6 because of the fight at the castle stuff was really engaging. And then at the very end, the fight with Willow and Bav Morda, just that culminated with the brownies. I think drop it all the way to a 5, past the 5.5. It really took a lot of the stuff out and made it not as enjoyable as it could have for me. So I'm giving it subjectively a 5. Objectively, there's 3 core things that I think are wrong here. This movie is kind of like a death by 1,000 paper cuts deal for me. But 3 big ones is the prophecy, the magic, and the end fight. So with the prophecy, I don't even know if the baby would have actually been a danger. The danger of the prophecy is the fear of the baby. If the seer did not inform Bav Morda about the baby, would she have actually died? I don't know. I think if we saw the seer at the end surviving, running away, I would have thought he tried to get the queen killed by giving this prophecy. But we see him fighting for her, which nullifies that theory, which I think is detrimental. The magic system I've gone super in depth with. You can go with the soft core magic system thing, but you got to have some sort of power scaling, I think. We have a character here that can pretty much do anything they want. We get multiple people that can make objects into life, as mentioned. There's a certain level where you got to have some structure, and this doesn't have any. Like Harry Potter, the example. You can do a lot of magic. Magic is retroactively added through the books. Like, why didn't they use this spell in the previous movie or book? Whatever. That's a problem. But the constant is they need wands. Here, we establish the wand is more like a boost. And you can just use magic willy-nilly through your mind as long as you have the confidence and the ability to do so. Which I think is a problem for Roselle, which we talked about. And because these powers are so crazy and out there, Willow should not have been a problem for Bav Morda on the tower. Whether or not she took him as a joke or not, it shouldn't have been an issue. In terms of all the characters, no, I'm just going to say things in general that don't need to be needed. The acorns, I think they have a spot in the movie if tweaked, but as they are now, they're not needed. Same with Migosh. Has potential as of right now, doesn't need to be needed. Get that out of here. Everybody else and every other element, I think, is fine. The pixie stuff, I would have liked to see more after, because it's just kind of thrown in there to push Willow in a direction. It would have been nice to see them come back again with whichever form that would be, because they are integral to the plot progressing. If the pixies weren't there, this movie would be very different. The brownies as characters, I don't remember the name of the 2 that tagged along, but they are helpful for the plot. Whether or not they needed to be there for the entire story is in question. I don't think they do. The choreography was good. The effects, I think, were really good for the time. The camera work with the landscape shots I really liked. The music and sound design helped with the atmosphere a lot. As mentioned, I don't think they'll keep that up at the show, but I'll be happy to be proven wrong.
Oh, please prove me wrong, show. Seriously.
Yes. Um, as in favorite characters, I don't know if I had one. I just kind of have interactions. Like I like Mad Mordigan and Sorsha's dynamic, whether or not I think how it started in the tent was good. I think it was poor for Sorsha's side.
Mm-hmm.
But the chemistry and their dynamic I like. So there would be that, and I think it works overall. So going into all of that, my score did not change. So a 6.
All right. What I get out of this is Ryder and I enjoy this movie more than the two of you.
Well, it
mean, I
could be
liked
like
it.
the
I
Secret
Just
Garden
the
syndrome.
goggles. Yeah.
Yeah, see, it wasn't a terrible movie or anything. I gave it a 5, so I can watch it again. It's
I mean, I liked
not
it.
something I'll watch by myself again.
It's like I said, it's a childhood classic for me, Springs, like it is for you. So
Yeah. So when it comes to the show, it might be more problematic.
Oh
No, we'll see on the show.
I'm
Oh,
gonna be
definitely.
so-
We didn't
I,
go over
like,
the show.
from-
I'm just saying. I think in case you haven't picked up what we put down now, the big project is the show. In case anyone's curious, I just think Ryder and I might have a little more passionate drive of things that occur or could occur, comparatively to Crimson and Sinister here.
Yeah, I
If they do
defend the
something to
magic. I
butcher
don't know where you
Willow,
were.
I'll bring it up.
don't you worry. I fully trust Crimson to and Sinister to bring up shit that I miss in that show, because I'm gonna be too angry probably to from what I hear of the show. I'm gonna be way too angry to pick it all
I
up.
don't know.
I just
from what
don't
I've
think we'll
heard-
have another Velma situation.
No, from what I've heard for the show, the worst thing you can say about it is just kind of boring. That's some of the worst I've heard.
So it's not
We'll
going to be
find out.
insulting like Velma. It'll just be boring.
don't
I
think-
suppose that's a step up.
I mean, they might have some stuff. I'm just saying what I've heard. Mostly just people just being like, it's just not as cool as the.
Whew. Alrighty. That was a long one, fellas.
That wraps up this episode of Cheap Seat Critics Podcast. Thank you for listening. Ryder, if you'd like to give our send-off.
Oh, of course. As always, audience, you can find us on Spotify, Anchor, Google Podcasts, Amazon, Castbox, and Pocket Cast, and Samsung. And as always, we have the YouTube side where you can just, catch our PNG YouTubers. We got the visual side of things. YouTube's pretty much the only side we have that on. As always, feel free to like, comment, and tell us how much you hate our opinions, or tell us how much you love our opinions, and we'll read them through. And next time we have a recap. But for now, as always, I have been a geeky writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
I'm a character called Sinister Boy.
And I'm Sprinks.
And we will catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo.
Bye.